let's see, we look like 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 by 4. Two by 192. I'll actually just double that resolution. Well, hello, Pan, Corey, and Sleepyhead. What is this? We're making a video game. We're in the early stages, so there's not a whole lot to show off yet, but we got a little fire hydrant guy. All your neighbors are talking objects, so we're on our way. Working hard. Yep, working. Got more. Actually, I'm gonna look up a reference for a house. I got more, no more emails than the ones that I have still. The 15 junk emails in your inbox. When you start the game, you have a little personal computer. You start with a random number of spam messages. Every time you check the computer, you get a couple more spam messages. I was kind of thinking I'd have, every time you walk through a door, you wind up suffering a few more spam messages. Speaking of common event, spam matter. There we go. And we'll just do that through every single doorway. So anytime you go somewhere for a little while, the passage of time will be marked by the number of spam messages you have in your inbox. And that'll be fun. And hopefully I'll kind of give a little bit of incentive to come back into your little neighborhood. Technically, like, there'll be a little downtown area, and I don't know, like there's going to be like a subway in the downtown that'll take you out of the city off to the other sections of the game. So there's going to be like this one tutorial area, which is kind of in your neighborhood, and then there's going to be two areas downtown, and then 3 areas like outside of town. You got to take a subway. And so when you get back from the out of town areas, would be kind of nice if there was reason to come back in the neighborhood. I haven't thought up a good reason why you would come back. You have to come back and report to your boss anyway. But as to like what good that, you know, what else, why else would you bother? I don't know. I haven't figured that part out yet. This actually probably ought to be flat, just because otherwise I'm looking at a lovely picture of a house. I can't quite make it as nice as that. Let me see, I want to actually find out where the squares are that I'm looking at. Let me see, so this is 48, and then we're gonna do like 96. Up there. 90, give me the 90, there we go, 96. So that's one square. And then, I'm gonna get my calculator. 96, it's like 192. I want to set, yep, 192. Never trust myself with math. I make too many math mistakes for that. These days, I used to be in like a math-oriented, back when I was in college, it was pretty math-oriented, but not anymore. You're supposed to be not necessarily like a strong combat bot, but a combat bot. 5, 6, 7, 8. everybody kind of has their own different things that they do, but effectively, like, you're the only human. So most of the world is populated by these like AI machines, and you're kind of in charge of them. You're like the boss of the thing. So they're all happy to see you, like happy to see you out and about. It's like, oh, boss, I'm working hard. Thanks for taking an interest. But they're all a little bit stupid and obsessed with some particular task that they're supposed to be doing. And then 288. So actual fighting machines are not very common because they don't handle the requests very well. Here. They have a hard time discerning friend from foe. They're just like, this looks like an enemy. Yeah, we'll do this. Gotta get in this weird RPG maker setup, because it's like you're looking at it. It's weird because you get like a flat 2D plane when you're looking dead on, but then if you look from the top, it's got to be like just a square. And but in theory this would be lower because this is further back. How exactly do I want to do this? You have to exit. Player has to interact with a specific square, so we'll put our door frame like here. Door frame. Or a theoretical door frame. This will actually just be an empty space. I'll do a separate door to open it up. Then we've got our like siding. Sloppy, but it's a sketch. It's fine. I'll keep freehand drawing everything because that way it'll at least be a little bit more consistent. And everything will look a little messy as a result of my lack of cleanliness. Let's do a little archway type thing. So let me reference a photo. And how about like a little porch light? But must be careful because everything has to be top down because it's freaking weird that way. Like how? Porch light. Routers. We'll have like siding. So I'll just kind of draw on the lines for the siding. This will kind of wind up being really small. The real question really is just like how, because this is going to be, I didn't think about this till I pulled this open, is the weird perspective for the RPG thing, because you gotta, like, it'll be like, okay, so we're just looking down at the house, we've got basically no perspective whatsoever on the roof. It's just like, this is the depth, this is all you get. try to minimize perspective as much as possible without it looking terrible. Okay, we'll have the roof kind of come out a little bit more. That like that? It kind of does it. It's kind of working. Open this up a little bit so I can kind of see what I'm looking at. My reference, there's like a thing here, which I kind of like. Some white spaces there. Paneling. And there's like no windows in the interior. And I would kind of like that to be a, you know, a fact of it. Oh, gutters, yeah. Gutters. We need gutters. We have to follow our weird perspective rules. Is there any voice work? I was planning on doing some voice work. So there's going to be an animation where your boss rants about like what a genius he is, and you know, he's going to talk about like I worked hard, and it's not a familiar voice from like anything that I've done before, but it'll be that'll at least be voiced. The key to becoming as successful as me is perseverance. Someone will tell you otherwise. Don't listen to them. They're trying to trick you. It's always been perseverance. I swear to God. I swear on my mother's grave. The people who are not successful are just not persevering hard enough. It's kind of my drink. The only way you would have heard that voice is if you ever played I've got like a Stellaris mod that I made called Sensible Late Game Text, and if you ever played that, which probably not very many people have, because you have to, you know, have Stellaris and then find me in the wild on that one. If you've ever seen my Sensible Late Game Text, that's a voice option that I give you. I did some voices for that because I wanted to add some you know, fun voice ideas, fun voice concepts. I may have kind of, let me see. This perspective is just so utterly fucked. I wish that it worked to draw in a normal Because I don't, oh my god, it's so confusing. I don't even really know what I'm drawing. like, it's like the roof has to be top down, like just almost straight on. Oh, but the... How far back can I go? And then like I can go like this, I guess. Okay, what the thing is, and then it just goes to like here. And instead of like somewhere in this is okay, so we're gonna go like back a little ways. And then this would like we'd have maybe like into I guess we're doing like this. Because that's kind of where it looks like it hits. And again, I just can't tell because the perspective is utterly fucked. I have no idea what am I looking at? Oh my god. Okay, I think there, actually I guess maybe I had it about right in the first place. Okay. This is the player character's house. So we get something like that going on. Yeah. And let me just draw some panels straight across so that way this kind of, I don't get lost in the morass of like what is even. That'll be her house more or less. I don't know. Anybody in the chat play Stellaris? I don't know how many people we have in the chat. I never leave the things open. I check afterwards sometimes. YouTube so far surprisingly has been consistent. I was imagining that they would kill me really quick. But I guess we've held attention well enough that I'm allowed to keep my viewership for just a little bit. We could do like an awning here, or whatever you call that. Nothing from the chat. We got no response on that. Not interesting. I'll take that as a no. Nobody plays Stellaris. That's fine. That's fine. Stellaris is a funny game because for you to really play it, you have to download like so much. Just so much. so many DLCs. And I do feel that, like, in a lot of cases, that if people are just like, where am I even supposed to start with this? Like, what do I need? What's essential? What's not essential? And that's a real drawback for the game. Paradox has also been struggling, apparently. Like, I don't know if anybody saw the drop on, oh, you know, what is it? City Skylines 2. But evidently that was a mess. That was a big letdown. I really like City Skylines. And so it's kind of sad to see City Skylines 2 come out and just have it be like, oh, this is a disaster. As someone who earnestly likes those kinds of games, it's sort of it's a little sad to see them do so poorly and to have so many issues. Let's get some lilacs. Flowers. More flowers over here. Speaking of flowers, I got some great big sunflowers in my backyard. I'm surprised they're one of the more surviving flowers that we've got so far. Now, I've never tried to grow sunflowers before. They're native. I live in the Midwest, and so they're kind of native to the area. And turns out they just pop right up, living, being flowers. Don't be sad about the. Was that related to something I said, or? Oh, I got this backwards. There we go. We're kind of coming towards the viewer, so we want. Okay, so I'm thinking like a reddish roof, reddish. Because our player character is kind of reddish. I'll turn off aliasing, so that way it won't give me any grief when I. Or I don't know if Safta is referring to the if that's in reference to the thing. I'm just checking. Did I say something a second ago that sounded depressing? Was I depressing a second ago? So we were talking about sunflower garden, my sunflower garden, and it's like, don't be sad. I'm like, uh-oh. This is a change. This is a change in gears for me. I wasn't there mentally. I wasn't there on sadness mentally. I was thinking about sunflowers. Okay, that is a rooftop. Turn our aliasing back on. And we will color over most of this, honestly. For the most part. Let's go back to our small suburban house. Did I have... Can't even see the roof, really. That's okay. this in and then come back later and add the tiles to it. That would make sense. Actually, that side of the roof probably is going to be darker. I'm not sure 100% just because again, the perspective really throws me. It's like it's such a weird, like, busted perspective, and I don't know for sure. Don't totally feel comfortable with it. Sefta drops that and goes. I appreciate the pep talk anyway. Thank you. Anyway, once the town is kind of set up, then it's like I can get into really I can get my favorite part, the all the stupid dialogue, and then I have to be careful not to go overboard and do too much stupid dialogue. Because I'll wanna. No, actually here. Too many roof tiles, compete everything. Actually, let's, while we're at it, just add little segments of roof so as to imply that we have tiles, and I trust everybody's eyeballs to kind of fill in the rest. I'm sure you guys will. You'll just see the shingles even if I don't draw them all, because that's how art works. So the brain works. Brain fills in spaces, saves an artist lots of time. I'm gonna do game dev like animations. There are gonna be animations. There's not gonna be a ton of animations, mainly just because I'm just gonna do cutscenes, and so there will be some animations, not like heaps and scores of them. Animations are so time consuming. So I want to do them, but I also want to be realistic about like getting stuff done and having something. So if I get like really ambitious and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna do a million zillion animations and I'm gonna do all this stuff, then I'll never finish it. So got to be realistic about the scope of it. Like, I like doing animations and everything, don't get me wrong. I just also like having a finished product. Yeah, good to be realistic. For a little while, I was following Kazarad, and he was actually doing an RPG Maker project, and I was watching him fall into a lot of very common pitfalls for, these kind of RPG Maker projects. One of which is just like doing too much stuff with no real benefit or reason, like trying to make a Bethesda style open world game with just RPG Maker. Like, you can do anything, go anywhere, level up however you want, but then these, I don't know, that's such an insane amount of work that you have to go into. And one of the broader things that is challenging that Bethesda does that you do have to give them credit for is that they kind of give you motivation to go off and do the next thing. Like, they managed to make the player feel like there's a reason to bother. Oftentimes it's just like, you're the chosen one. Nobody else will solve this problem. I was watching him do his game, and like right off the bat it was like I think he had you fight a spider, and then the spider would kick your ass pretty much. I love his project. Yeah. But he, like, I don't know if you've watched his RPG stuff, but that was like one of the things that I thought was really notable, was that you start off and then like this spider like whoops your ass, and you're just like, because I was watching people play it and it was just like, this game begin, spider victory, total spider domination. And that's not good, because what that is, like, that's the very first thing that you show the player, right? Is like, welcome to the game. Here's your introductory battle. First one's free. And then if you take that and you just use it to like kick the player's ass, then that's setting the tone for the game. And then they're just like, oh, okay, so battles are bad. Like, I don't want to get into any battles. They're designed so that I'll lose. The roof is above on the upper layer. You gotta give the player the impression that they're like. I mean, realistically, if you don't want them to fight things, like if it was a horror game, then it's pretty logical to have them be like, okay, first battle. Okay, so you made a mistake. You attempted to fight. That was wrong. But now you know. But that is it's so present in amateur RPG Maker games. Like you see it, you actually would see it a lot because people would just be like, okay, I've got like a specific idea for how I want battles to go in my game, and then they would, they'll do that. And then nobody else can actually do those battles. No other person is in the head of the person who made the thing. So you get your ass whooped by a spider. Then you go, wow, this game sucks. You don't go like, oh, I need to learn. You're just like, that was the tutorial, and I'm already getting killed by spiders. Yeah, so I watched him do that, and then I watched that. Just the scope is huge. And I don't know how long he's been working on that game, but my expectation was I don't know exactly when I watched a stream of him doing that, but my expectation from just what little I saw was that basically that is never getting done. Like that is not going to come out at any time. Or if it does, it'll be a much smaller project than it started off. So yeah, 2 lessons there. Scope creep is bad. Scope creep bad, and also be realistic about your players and their investment. I myself also have a weirdly esoteric combat system in mind. However, it mostly just has to do with equipment stuff. And I plan to have a praying mantis with a comb over show up and be like, why, hello, he's gonna be Slick Sam. Have I got a deal for you? You could think about building your own stuff. You could, I won't stop you. However, if that sounds miserable to you, I've got a better idea. You pay me. I will take the brains out of the equation. For you, not for me. I'll think about it. Don't worry about it. And you can just pay that guy. You'll just be able to pay the praying mantis to get you equipment that I would recommend for the game, and then that way you don't have to think very much about it. If you're just like, wow, this is a little overwhelming, you can just let this NPC give you the gear that you'll need, and that'd be very much more like a normal RPG type of thing. Which I think will do good. I have played enough crunch heavy and overcomplicated RPG systems to know that you cannot force people to play a more complex RPG system if they don't want to get into the mechanics. So you just kind of let them do what they want to do, and that's you can make stuff for them, and a lot of times people are appreciative of that. It's like they want to play, but you're just like, read these 700 pages of rules, and those are like, no, I'm not doing that. Greg, what are you? It's only 700 pages. Reading's good for your brain. So I hear. I guess we can go brighter than that. It's barely distinguishable from what we have. Yeah, I didn't mean to put you off or anything, Air Snake, by being like, yeah, Kazrat, and then immediately being like, we can all learn from Kazrat. Like, I love Kazrat's stuff. It's like, yes, he's made terrible mistakes. Yeah, I'm also a fan of prequel adventure. Not a fan of the slow updates, but exchanged some stuff with him a while ago. Like he sent me some of his cards, and I sent him, I think, one of the mass DVDs that I had sitting around. So that was cool. I didn't even realize he was still updating. I don't know if he's still working on the RPG thing. Because like I say, it felt very much like this is my first time doing one of these projects type of things. Because again, that idea, I had a friend once joke. He says, yeah, starting off in game development is like this. He goes, your very first game is you will immediately try to make your favorite video game. He goes, for example, you will immediately try to make World of Warcraft. So your first game's going to be World of Warcraft. Your second game will be Pong. It's like you just can't. You can't start that big and get away with it. So it's like Kaz was doing his World of Warcraft. He's like, I'm going to start, my first game is going to be Skyrim or Oblivion. It's like, no, start with Pong. You gotta start with Pong. Yeah, first game was a MMORPG. I mean, yeah, I'm convinced that's what he was doing there. It was, and I don't know. I feel like when you first look at it too, like it's hard to gauge what your limitations are gonna be. Like you'll have some, but part of I think there's a feeling of like I can do it. I'll do it. I just have to believe in me, and that is necessary for any big project. Like I feel like you can't do like an animation or anything without first assuming that you can just absolutely, like, I can do it. It can be done. Can be done by me, no less. I can be the one who does it. But that's also very overconfident. And experience tempers the, brings you back to sanity a little bit. Darn it. Turned off aliasing because I thought that was going to solve this problem. And then look here. Look here, we still have it. Still have the problem. Yes, gosh, that whole orthogonal issue was extremely traumatizing. I mean, even here, I'm just sitting here like looking at this like, okay, so I want to make a house. However, I can't just draw a house. I have to draw, so like the part that the player is placing is flat, and also the top part is supposed to be kind of flat. It's all supposed to be flat. It's upsetting. It's like, you know, I learned rules about art, about how to draw. I practiced them. I tried to get good, to get better. Then you get into this, and it's just like, nah, son. Draw like an idiot. Forget everything you know about perspective. Well, not everything. Forget lots of things you know about perspective. You're working with different rules now. I don't even know that much about perspective, to be frank. I know like barely anything. You know, already, I'm already throwing it all away. To do it like that, and then I'll go for darker rather than lighter. Okay. Oh, you know what? This little awning probably ought to be. No anti-aliasing. Honestly, I ought to just use the the milli pen. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I've been super mindful about this perspective issue ever since the first day. What a pain in the butt it is. This actually should not be. Okay. We'll do a little flower box because that's kind of in front. First, I'm going to use the restroom though. Yeah, it is a good thing that I picked it up before it got really far into it. Imagine spending like days working on assets and then like realizing, oh god, the perspective is wrong on everything. This is a disaster. Let's see. Let's actually make it kind of orange. Flower pot, flower planter. Okay, we'll do this actually. Yeah, that's one of those things that would be worthy of a little cry session or something. Yeah, like, oh no. Days of effort. Why? I was gonna be better than Toby Fox. And now I'm gonna be nothing. Speaking of Toby Fox, you know, he's done interviews and stuff like that, and it's funny because like you know, he's so talented, and he's a fascinating guy. And I was talking about this once in a different Discord server, not my own. I was talking to him, and I was just like, yeah, I mean, like, if I had to say that there was like an artist that people should want to be like, he's definitely one of them, because he's just like, he's telling stories, his characters are really great, he's doing music and everything, and it's all just kind of fantastic. And then somebody like sent me an interview he did, and it was the nerdiest thing I'd ever seen in my life. And you know, you'd be like, yeah, you know, nerds are cool, being nerdy's cool and everything, and to a certain extent, yes. But oh my goodness, Toby Fox is so nerdy, just so nerdy. I don't know. There might be a limit. He was pretty dang close to my limit for like how nerdy I think a person should be. It's like endearingly nerdy, but right at the line, to the point of like, if you were any nerdier, Toby Fox, you would have been bullied at school. The bullies wouldn't have been 100% wrong. Not to condone bullying, but they were just trying to modify your behavior, get you to not be so silly. The man walks a dangerous line. Still think that's what people should aspire to be. Yeah, what was comical about him, what made him so nerdy, was that the interview that I saw, you know how he has the annoying dog as his avatar? Well, he decided, and again, like, it's just endearing enough. He decided that he was gonna, in the middle of the interview, transform into the annoying dog. So he like runs around behind the couch that they were sitting with him on, and he pulls up this poster of an annoying dog, the annoying dog character, and he does the rest of the interview through the annoying dog in like a falsetto. and I just like watch him do this. I'm just like, oh my god, like, this is so like clinically embarrassing, really. But he was just like, I'm gonna do that, and then he did it, and And I don't know if at any point in that interview he was like, "Oh, this is really embarrassing," but I mean, he'd already committed. Like, so it's just like, yeah, as I say, like, it's maybe a little too nerdy. Like, there should maybe be some, like, I don't know if everybody could get away with that, but you know, heck, he didn't back down from it. That was, I think I'm pretty sure that's probably how he gets away with doing something like that. Was just if you just once you start, you can't back down from it. You just got to be like, yep, made a choice. It's maybe not my best choice, one of my best choices, but it is the choice that I've made, and here we go. So yes, I want to be like that man. Want to not do all the things that he did in interviews, but definitely as far as like who's somebody really cool, in my opinion, who admittedly is also a huge nerd. W. Fox springs to mind. Granted, Toby Fox didn't do all of his own art. He had Temmie for that. I don't know if he does any like actual drawn art or anything like that. This is even before Undertale was big. Huh? Yeah. It's just like, I'm gonna do this interview, and yeah. What's the other? I mean, the other weird part is that it is like, it's, I guess because it's before he's big, it really is. He's just like sitting on a couch somewhere doing that interview, and then he just like does that. This is my It's a Living interview. I feel like probably one of the things that consistently gets me is that I will do stuff and it'll have people who like it, but I'm not really like, oh, I don't know. I consistently see people coming in being like, I didn't fully get the Mentally Advanced series until I was X years old or something like that. And I'm gonna say like Undertale is fun at all ages, and I even like I can tell you from the very beginning, like a lot of the jokes and messages in this game are probably going to be, as my usual MO, not really great for kids. Like it won't be like kids can't play it or anything like that. It's not going to be like inappropriate or anything. It'll be like, hey kids, do you hate corporate structure? And they'll be like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. All right, good, Cordy. Yeah, I saw an article and I don't remember much about it, but it was somebody was talking about how, like, why doesn't film produce stuff like Pulp Fiction anymore, or any other kind of like cult classic that really, like, you start off thinking like, okay, it's not going to do that well, but then it goes, gets into the mainstream, and then people, like, it turns out that actually it kind of speaks to people in a way that makes them say like, oh, this is important to me, actually, I care about this, and then it does well, kind of in surprise. And I can't remember if it was an actor or a director or somebody, but they talked about how it used to be, like, the markets have changed so much that it used to be like you would do a film and the box office really wasn't the key thing that you were worried about. Like, you did care about the box office, but it wasn't the main draw for it. Like, it wasn't the reason why you would do cinema. What you could get into is, after you'd released your thing, is if you needed to make money, then you could still do like VHS and DVD. And VHS and DVD, the margins were really good, and you didn't have to sell that many VHS or DVDs to make a profit if you were reasonable about your budget. So you could do something like Pulp Fiction, and even though maybe it wasn't like a huge hit that everybody got into, it didn't matter too much, because just so long as enough people really liked it and you could sell DVDs, you would make a pretty good return on it over time, especially if it became a cult classic, because then people would go out and they'd find it on DVD or VHS. And that was like better than doing well at the box office, just because the margins were better. Like, ticket sales were like nothing compared to a bunch of VHS sales. So companies were kind of more comfortable with taking risks on ideas that were maybe not necessarily tested. And because of that, you would see things that were much more experimental and a lot more interesting, and you didn't get quite so much regurgitation as like we have now. Like, right now they do a lot of this is the sequel to something else that you liked, or it's the revival of, and people complain about it a little bit. It's like, do we really need so many revivals and so many sequels? But mostly just companies don't want to take risks, because now, with streaming being the big thing, it's kind of like, if they don't do well in the box office, there's not a lot of other places to recover their investment. I think with something like a video game, it's not like there's no potential, but if you can sell enough copies, because there are some guys in our server that also do game dev stuff, and you wouldn't have heard of them, but like one of the guys was saying like, oh yeah, like, I know a guy, and he sold like 1 million copies of his game, and he wasn't like a huge anything, he's never been on like interviewed or anything like that, but he'd just been like doing game dev stuff for a long time, and then he made a game that just appealed to a specific niche, and it did well, and then he made like a good amount of money, and that's like, there it is, like, okay, I did it. And that's kind of I feel like what drives a lot of the indie scene. Is it's not necessarily like everybody wants to be Undertale. I mean, like, everybody would like to be Undertale for sure. Oh, right. Okay, that's where I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on with that. Yeah, everybody would like to be Undertale if they could be. But I mean, everybody knows that you're not gonna be Undertale, because Undertale has mass appeal. And knowing how to market to everybody all the time is pretty much, I mean, like, it's not really very feasible. Like, how do you hit everybody all at once all the time. It does just like you can't really do it, because as you start to try to attract 9-year-olds, you lose the 30-year-olds. You know, everybody has different interests and needs. So my expectation is this game will appeal to people. That's my belief. Will it appeal to people on a level of equal to Undertale? I really doubt that. I feel like I've never made anything that really hit all ages. It's just never really been my style. The Rainbow Dash parodies are probably the closest thing, but like I say, I would constantly see people saying like, "Oh man, I didn't really get these jokes until I got older." Banjo-Kazooie is your whole personality. The AAA industry is strange, because they did still get into that problem with the AAA industry. Banjo-Kazooie is actually a good example of it, because I remember seeing them talking about like development for Banjo-Kazooie, where they got bought by whoever owns them now, and they were like, "Oh, okay, well, you know, we'll still be working on our games." And what a lot of the smaller companies, you'll read that they say that they thought was going to happen is they're like, "Oh yeah, we got bought by a big company, so we'll get to use our nimble structure, but their resources." And it turns out it's always the other way around. The big company is always like, "No, you're going to use your resources, and you're going to use our corporate structure and your own resources." And so the companies that get bought, they really don't benefit very much from being owned by EA or Ubisoft or any of the Activision, like any of the major players. There's like nothing good about being bought by one of those guys. Like it's just kind of like a net loss, because you lose your nimble structure and then you wind up stuck doing whatever it is their marketing teams say that you're going to do, and you have no ability to like set your own agenda or do what needs to be done or respond to the players the way that you want to respond to them. But Banjo-Kazooie, though, I think they were working on nuts and bolts, or it was something, and it got turned into a racing game, because the company that bought them was like, we're not seeing as much appeal in Banjo-Kazooie as we see from like Halo. And so the people who own the brand now were just like, well, let's go ahead and just roll this in, because they bought like another project and it was a racing game. And so they were like, well, let's just go ahead and roll this in with the racing game. And then that way we'll cut our losses on both of those projects. We can use the development that we've spent on the racing game. We can put it into this Banjo-Kazooie game. And they were writing it off. They were just talking about it like it was already a dead project. They were like, yeah, it's done. It's a waste of time. We kind of don't want to screw around with it anymore. Yeah, gaming is a sorry state. I mean, like there were game like people get used to love games and be all excited about the next one that's coming out, and then it just kind of feels like they became vehicles for investors to make money off of, and they just kind of quit making stuff that you could get excited about. Like, I don't care if the investors are happy. I'd like to see the game be good, please. maybe I shouldn't be putting these little things on the... Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think siding has that many gaps. It's all about money. It's all about the dash. The bling. Looking at it, siding in fact does not do this really. Yeah, some of it is pretty sad. I mean, some of it is also just that the cost of making a game for like the PlayStation 5 or whatever we're on now. I actually quit buying the consoles when they got into the 4th generation. I think the PlayStation 4, the 360. I quit buying, not out of protest or anything. I just like kept waiting for them to release something that I really wanted to play, and I never like saw anything that I was just like, oh man, I really got to play that. And you know, there wasn't even really kind of like any judgment or anything on my part. I was just like, yeah, I'm not excited enough to like buy a whole console for that game. So I'll wait until they come out with one that I do want to play, and it never happened. Game companies, they used to be made of smaller teams, and that helped them a lot to produce stuff quickly at speed. I think the PlayStation 2 era was kind of when they were at their peak with that, because they had like decent sized teams, and the costs were not too bad, so they could sell to a, you know, like a smaller audience. Because that was one thing that was actually, I feel like, was fun about the PlayStation 2, was that you could pick up all kinds of games that were honestly not very good, but that maybe appealed to you. So like one example I can think of is Ark the Lad. And I feel like Ark the Lad was a game that was not very good, that I earnestly liked. Like it had a lot of flaws. There were a lot of things that bothered me about Ark the Lad, that frustrated me about Ark the Lad. But you know, I enjoyed it. I played it. One of my favorite things about Ark the Lad, I played. There was actually, it's a whole series, Ark the Lad. The one that I played was called something of the Twilight or something like that. It doesn't narrow it down because the Lord of the Black Abyss was basically in every game, but the final boss was the Lord of the Black Abyss, and he was really funny because he had only like one move or a couple of moves, but all of his moves, it was a tactics game. Oh, hello, Valdemar. Is this Iffy? Hello, Iffy. Yes, I could tell from your icon. I was talking about that thing you said earlier, where you were like, first game as an MMO, second game as Pong. Yeah, I'm getting back into game dev. I'm gonna get this this robot game built. Dang it! I said I wanted to do it. We're gonna do it. We're doing an RPG Maker though. Speaking of being realistic about your scope, where it's already a lot of the RPG stuff I want is already built. My shadows are already a little mismatched. Got one type of shadow here, another type of shadow there, another type of shadow there. Oh, I guess that's okay though, because they're different. No, it's not okay. Actually, it's dumb that I'm doing that. What the heck? Oh, there we go. It's dumb that I'm doing that, but I'll let it sit. I'll pretend I didn't do it. Okay, and we'll throw like a little shadow over here, mainly because the RPG Maker has like a shadow thing. A Gradius clone made in 48 hours. I thought about doing a Gradius clone for Miles. He kept downloading basically like shovelware on his grandmother's phone, his abuelita's phone, my wife's side of the family, and I think I gotta go more gray with that. Basically, it was just like if you buy more stuff, we'll give you things. You got to buy these things, and I was like, you don't need to do that, Miles. Don't buy that. I tell you what. Maybe what if I just make a game for you? And I kind of like knew that was a little bit outlandish to be like, I'll just make a video game for you. But I thought about it, and then it's kind of a tall task actually. You can't just make a video game. So I got started a little bit. I was like making spaceships. I was drawing spaceships, and then I was gonna do a little Gladius thing on Unity, because I still had all the software. I don't have time. Ironically, he has to like get out of the house for me to have time to do any kind of anything development wise. Anyway, we got a house. So let me see. Yeah. RPG Maker has some drawbacks as far as things are going. Can't build toys. Yes, it can't build toys when there's children around. You gotta wait until they're no longer as childlike, no longer as children. Yeah, RPG Maker does a lot of things that I really don't want it to do, though. And you have to go in there and change it. We've got someone on our server, they go by Spider's Accident, and you can actually find them, I think, if you search on Twitter or something like that. And they're a really creative artist. They're like, their stuff is really looking good. Oh, let me see, I'm being told. Lex is telling me everybody's Neville and Vampire Charades are in reverse order. I can go and fix that in a little bit. Let me... If I don't fix it now, I'll have to remember to come back and fix it later. Oh, right, so Spider's Accident. Yeah, they've got a lot of kind of cool character ideas and stuff like that they're working on. they're working on something called Horse Problems right now. I'm not sure where they're at with that project, but they're also doing their own RPG Maker thing. And they posted some of their progress in their RPG Maker thing. Actually, maybe I can show it to you. It's kind of cool. I'm surprised that you can even do this in RPG Maker, but with enough programming know-how, it is doable. Where's it at? Here we are. Okay. So anyway, though, so you can kind of see this. This is something they actually found somebody who does tools for RPG Maker. And this is pretty cool. Like this is something I did not realize that you could get to, because this is just like throwing out. What's ironic, of course, is that you're throwing out everything that RPG Maker provided for the battle stuff and kind of putting in your own. So at that point, when you're doing that much reprogramming, I wonder, is there? Well, there's still benefit. Spiders doesn't know like C# or anything like that, so they've got another person to do that work, and then the rest of the RPG layout they can do on their own, which is the advantage. But if you knew how to program that stuff on your own, it's kind of funny, because it's like, well, if you could do that, if you could program that, it might be better to just build it in Scratch in a different engine. Maybe, I guess, depending on what all else you are getting out of RPG Maker. Learning to code. I've seen people recommend Godot, and I had to think about that. But ultimately, really what I want to do is honestly just the classical RPG stuff. Okay, I got this saved in the wrong area, but that's okay. The tiles. House 01. Well, thank you indeed. Were you stationed in Afghanistan or Ukraine? I don't know if you can talk about what kind of stuff did you do out there? If you don't mind me asking. It's always kind of interesting, the military stuff. I've had friends who have been in the military. I've got family as well. Currently, only family I've got in the military is National Guard. Oh, 5 wars. I can't talk about it. Okay. That's fine. Oh, this is huge. I was looking at that and was like, oh no, this is taking up way too much space. Should only take up 4 by 4 square. Da-da-da. Shrinking things down always saves the day. Well, it doesn't always, actually. Let me see. There we go, rest of it's good. Sending guys to do stuff. My brother-in-law in the National Guard actually got sent out to a country, and I shouldn't I won't go into details, but like he was kind of same deal where it was like he was out somewhere where theoretically I think America wasn't supposed to be, and then like he told us, and then later he was like, oh, I wasn't supposed to say I was there. Ignore it. Pretend I didn't say that. So I don't know. That's all I'll say about it, I guess. Okay. So what's funny is there's not. There'll probably be enough space for our interior here, our exterior. But what's comical is a lot of our exterior things are going to be like objects rather than yeah, we get the the private military contractors, and then it's like they're technically not affiliated. If anybody asks, we don't know them. Yeah, but I'm glad you found me as a pick-me-up though. While you were out there. We won't see. There we go. If we're going to do that, okay. And boop, we'll just drop a house down. Oh, let's put it down somewhere practical. Like there. Did that turn out okay? That turned out all right. Thank goodness. And we've got this shadow pen. And darn it, see, this is what I was dreading. The shadows. Not quite, but by not quite, I mean nowhere near lining up with what I needed. Need to be much darker. Like surprisingly darker. Okay, I plan to be at this all day, Iffy, so I'll get food whenever my wife calls. She takes her lunch break, she calls me on the phone, and then I take my lunch break. And I've been doing this every day. You can't, yeah, the King of England. You can't take that from France. You can't just let them get away with stuff like that. You gotta go fight. I mean, like, wars are fought over such strange things sometimes. One of the things that I think is really interesting is back before they had the Haber-Bosch method, they didn't know how to fix nitrogen, but nitrogen was really important. So they would go to war over, for example, like a location with bird guano on it, because you could get nitrogen out of bird poop. So there'd be like a little island, and then this nation would be like, "This is my island. It's covered in valuable bird poop." And then another nation would be like, "No, that's our island. That's our bird poop. You can't have it." And they would come to blows over it, because they need that bird poop. Like, this is part of our critical bird poop reserves. I think I am finding. Oops. I think I'm finding that the color is basically black. I think they just took black and then. They put no. I don't think they put any color in their shadows at all. I think that they just did black. It's like you just farm the birds. I mean, then you'd have to like catch a bunch of wild birds. The thing about migratory birds like that, or seabirds, is that they really don't do that well in captivity. You can't just like create a space. Oh, I bet it. There it is. So you can't actually just like put seabirds into captivity and have them do well. Other nations would rely on stuff like, for example, a bat cave, because you could harvest the guano out of the bat cave. Kind of the mushed up lizard parts. I was actually looking into the legality recently of like can you own a blue jay? Because I saw someone had like a blue jay in a cage and they taught it how to talk, and that's something I don't know that everybody, how common of knowledge this is, but all of the corvid birds, we almost have an exact match on that. I think the only thing wrong is just that it needs to be black. We're just about. That's disappointing. You should put a little color in your shadows, in my opinion. RPG Maker. Where's the spirit? Yeah, corvids on the whole are pretty smart birds, and they can mimic other birds and also people. So if you keep a blue jay in captivity, it will learn. Oh, that was better before. We'll just keep it like that because that was really close, and I'll take it on really close. Yeah, if you keep them in captivity, they'll learn to copy human stuff. But they don't do well in captivity, and it's illegal to keep them unless you're specifically licensed and you're supposed to rehabilitate them. They also just, I mean, they really don't thrive. Yeah, cats, on the other hand, cats you can just pick up and say, this is my cat now. We have a neighborhood feral cat that is basically like nobody knows whose cat it is, but it's just out there. Like, and people periodically take it in and take care of it. Like, I think if I understand, someone in the neighborhood watches the cat and cares for it during the winter. And otherwise, like, we just don't know where it is or where it lives. My wife, when she found out about that, she actually went out and bought cat food so that the next time the cat came by our neighborhood, she could be one of the cat carers. And I was like, you really shouldn't do that, because feral cats like that are they're a bit of a nuisance. They really should be caught and then really just kept in the house. But I don't know. Cats can be hard to force into cooperation. They don't really like to be domesticated. They are domesticated, but they don't really like it. I'm gonna use the restroom again. Okay, I'm back. I guess I should say, oh yeah, cats will do a lot of ecological damage left alone. I guess I should say they don't hate being domesticated unless they've already learned to be feral. So the ones that are feral, they get accustomed to it, and they don't really like to be controlled. But if you raise them to be domesticated, they're usually pretty happy. My parents had a Maine Coon, and it was super friendly. I've heard as a breed that the Maine Coons are a little bit more dog-like in nature. Like, you can surprisingly teach them to fetch. Just turned into African wildcats, yeah. It's kind of funny how animals get like that. Like, you let cats go for a little while, and they just become wild. They just become independent from people. It's like same with hogs. If they get loose in the wild, like they're hogs in the U.S. are tearing up a bunch of like Midwestern areas, and they're spreading. The trouble too with the hogs is that they're smart, so they send out hunting teams to get rid of them, and they just avoid where the hunters are. Okay, so we are going to make a doors sprite sheet. So we don't need a little fire hydrant guy anymore. We're done with him. Do a new project. And we want 98 by 98. It's 48 by 48. 96 by 96. So the question is going to be, let's do the frame first. And just do like a great big frame. Make the doors pretty wide because our character is pretty wide. Honestly. And it's about how big our door will be. I've been thinking about drawing this door since this morning. Like I said to myself, what do I want to do today? And I thought, I'll draw a door. And because I had that thought, my brain has been punishing me by having the doors stuck in my head pretty much ever since. The Love Me 2 Times song specifically. Love me 2 times, I'm going away. Bum 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 bum. Maybe I'll make that a little wider. Man, all of my... It's all crooked. It's a little too crooked. This is all because I'm not holding my pen like a proper artist should. Oh, because my arm wants to pull in a particular direction, that direction is downward. So why did I stop the pony stuff? It wasn't that they were becoming aggressive with the IP or anything. I just felt at the time that I kind of had run out of stuff to say about My Little Pony. The show had changed a lot. You know, it was kind of about different things. It was a lot more. It felt a lot more corporate. Like they were trying to hit a child audience a little bit more. And the characters that I was doing parodies with just didn't, like, it didn't feel like those were the characters that were on screen any longer. Like I wanted to keep it as a commentary of what was actually going on in the show. And I don't know, the Rainbow Dash Presents stuff, we I was never too worried about like what the fandom itself was doing. See, like bronies got to be super problematic, and I mean, I don't know about that. It would depend on where you hung out. I used to be one of the guys on 4chan. So I wasn't like, I had probably thicker skin for some types of behavior than some people did. As long as it was kind of chicanerous and non-harmful, it didn't really, like, certain, you know, behaviors that you could say like, okay, maybe this is inappropriate behavior, didn't really bother me as much, just because I knew that it didn't represent everybody and everything, and it was kind of like the 4chan message board was anonymous, and so anyone could post, and people would intentionally say things to upset other people. And you know, you kind of get used to that and say like, all right, I'm not mad about this. But I will say that eventually the fandom kind of just got obsessed with the ponies' butts, and that was, but that was kind of all they wanted to talk about anymore. It's just like they ran out of things to talk about. So the pony pornography kind of became the only subject. I see. A lot of people found out about it just from it being around so much. And I mean, like, there was so much stuff being produced by so many different people. It was hard not to find stuff to like. Like, there was somebody out there that was making music that you would like, or, you know, comics that you could enjoy. There was always something. So I can believe that. That was one thing too that always kind of got me about the people who were like, oh, I hate the pony thing. It was like, you can't hate all of it. Like, there's got to be some of it that you would enjoy if you like. You could be like, oh, I never liked My Little Pony. I don't want to be involved in My Little Pony. But you know what? There was probably something that you would have liked. Somebody wrote a fanfic that would have appealed to you, or someone made music. There was so much content, so much stuff being made. And I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of to say that, you know, you found stuff in that vast wellspring of creative projects that appealed, you know. So, like, this really spoke to me, or this was really cool. Your biggest regret is not mass archiving all the content. Yeah, I think it's sad if the artists move on and they delete their old pony stuff because they're like, oh, I don't want to be associated with it anymore. Like, that's too bad. Like, come on, people were in it for some pretty good reasons. I don't think there should be any shame for enjoying something like that earnestly. I don't know if the old original Mentally Advanced series, the stuff that got nailed, the abridged stuff, I don't know if that's still online. There was a person who asked me a while ago, Astrum Spark, if they could put it online, and I don't know if their channel is still up. Because the problem with being an aggregate of stuff that got in trouble with copyright is that I'm sure that at some point you have to kind of reckon with the fact that Smokey's on your tail for copyright. Yeah, Twilight becoming an Alicorn princess was, I mean, it's unfortunate because that was like season 3, and they went on, to do so many more seasons, but like once Twilight became an Alicorn princess, it really does become the dynamic is different. She's no longer like an outsider trying to figure things out. She's this princess now, and it's unclear what that even means. Like, it highlighted all the kind of the absurdity of like, well, what does a princess even do? Stopped watching after season 4. Let me get my... I have like a... Oh no, another brush option. Soft shading? Hard shading. Whoop, oh. She's the balance between the two. Between the sun and the moon. It's really 20 pixels. I guess it is when I'm zoomed in. It's not pixels, it's just brush size. Yeah, we talked about the Luna temper tantrum. This is kind of comical that it was so such a nothing. Yeah, when that comic came out, somebody sent me I'm pretty sure they sent me a private message, and they were like, "Greg, the prophecy has come true." It was just a temper tantrum the whole time. Celestia refused the banana suit. War has broken out. I think the rule on the comic books were that they were officially canon until they were no longer canon. Like that's I think how they explained it. Was if at any point the show said something else, then the comics would cease to be canon. Our door, I'm looking at this door here. It looks like it's on the handle's on the left side. Is that normal? I don't think it is. Do that because it's going to be such a small sprite. We can see it now, but on the screen it's going to be so tiny. So usually a door has a window. Not our door. Maybe we can make it red. This way. I did always like how Celestia's mission for Twilight was basically go outside. Go outside. Do not be indoors. It's your new personal mission. Just now realizing this is incorrect. The other stuff is all correct though. Books have friends in them. Learn all about friendship from my books. What do you mean I need to go experience it personally? The best part too though is that she teams up with like people who she genuinely, ponies who she genuinely has nothing in common with, and then just has to like learn to work with them. That's where all the conflict comes from. But it's pretty great that Celestia's just like, go be with these awful ponies. They are your new forever people. Congratulations. This is non-negotiable, Twilight. This is actually, the colors are so close, I may as well just blend them all together to be less awkward. Especially because it's going to get shrunk down so small. I'm hungry. About time for lunch. Usually my wife would call about 15 minutes ago. She usually takes her lunch at like 11-ish, 11:30. But sometimes she takes it a little later. So I don't know when I oughta, because if I take it now and then she calls, then her lunch won't overlap with my lunch. It won't be as time efficient. Oh, Donnie down in Twitch says the way that I wrote Discord into my shows, he really liked that. Like how he was how Celestia killed him ages ago, and he was like there was a mural of him being stabbed through the chest. Discord was very interesting, I feel like, for how the fandom kind of reacted to him. Like, I feel like there was a lot of people who wanted a much more mature and a much more serious villain for My Little Pony. And Discord was not that. He was very goofy, you know, child-friendly and everything like that. And so there was a lot of fan fiction that came around that was like, Discord is very scary, very big deal, very... I remember their Discord howling at the moon. I'm howling at the moon. That one's still popular. When I went to Babs, people were playing the Discord song, that Discord song. Do I have color there, or is it just a coincidence? That must be the background. Let's have that be our... Oh, actually, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, Discord was always going to be popular, but the popularity isn't what was funny. What got me was just the number of people trying to turn him into something he wasn't, trying to turn him into like a very serious villain. Like that I thought was comical. I kind of thought it was funny to see that. Like, oh no, Discord. Your evil is too vast. And then later on, he just befriended everybody. No more evil. Well, not much evil anyway. Considerably less evil than there was. He just wants anarchy. It's really all, you know. Like John Delancey just being like, oh yeah, this is easy money. I'll just do the Q part. Like I get what you guys want. Okay, so given the screwy... I'll just do this. make the lines be very thick. Because we're going deep into the shadow. Let's see, where was that thing? Like there? Does that look correct? No, it looks like it fell down too low. You went to complete your right. They're fun. You know, I was just talking earlier about how you shouldn't be ashamed of enjoying My Little Pony stuff. There's something there for you to enjoy. I guarantee. You don't have to go to Pony just for the secondhand embarrassment. You can go for firsthand embarrassment. You can. Like, look, just enjoy it. Just have fun. I genuinely have fun at the pony conventions, at Babs anyway. I've been to a couple of others. Nightmare Nights was also okay. Babs is more of a party convention, so you get a lot more party stuff going on at Babs. But it's all fun. I mean, like. Yeah, some of the people are embarrassing, but that's just part of the fun. You know what that means, though? That means that you don't have to worry about being embarrassed, because you like it would be challenging to be the most embarrassing person at the pony convention. You know, if you think about that, and then once you realize like that's a relief. You can't be like the weirdest guy at the pony convention. I'm pretty sure Chris Chan goes to those things. So I went to a furry convention. You ran the moment that you saw fursuits at first. Yeah, I've never been to a furry convention, so I don't know what those are like. But I'm sure it's the same. It's got to be the same, right? It's like a party kind of thing, like a social gathering. And there's always. Like, the thing that you have to look out for is that there's always groups in that clique who are like, or there's going to be people in those groups who are like deranged, and you need to avoid them because they're gonna do weird things. They're gonna like they're like looking to split a room, and if you like, oh yeah, I'll save money, and you stay in a room with those guys, you'll wake up and they'll be like licking your feet or something. And those guys exist, so you have to be wary, but like. That's not the that's not the core experience. That's not why people go. If that was like what happened anytime you went, no one would ever go. Well, not no one. Just the people who like having their feet licked by surprise in the middle of the night. Those would be the only ones. Dusty Cat can do it, so can you. Oh, Dusty Cat actually asked us when we were at Babs. He was like, how come you never asked me to do any voices for you? And like, we never really... we were surprised by the question because we never really thought about it. For a long time, it was kind of the obvious answer was that we had plenty of male voice actors. Like, we were never hurting for male voice actors, and so we were never like, oh man, we gotta find a male voice actor. I wonder if like Dusty Cat is available. It was always like, we got plenty of these guys. We got as many as we want. Female voice actors were harder to run by. Girls liking ponies? Unbelievable. Well, they're out there, but I think especially early on, like, you know, you could get ladies to like women liked ponies and everything. They were there, they were real, but what was harder to find was someone who would sign on for like a brony project. That was the real deal, because it'd be like, can you put your name or voice on this like embarrassing pony thing that I want you to do, and try not to be too embarrassed. Like, it'll be cool. It'll be cool. It'll be cool to us anyway. It's gonna be cool to a specific subset of people. And yeah. There were girls that got into it, though. You could find voice actresses and stuff who did it, who would do stuff like that and be fine. There we go, a door. Oh no, wait, I need to paint the handle, which grew in size after I opened the door, but it won't be very visible. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. There are girls at the conventions now. Like at Babs, I feel like I saw... There were a lot of guys, but I feel like I spoke to a lot of women. Specifically on like staff and stuff like that. They were in the staff, they were doing creative stuff, things like that. So there were females, but not as many as guests, but plenty as... people involved in the whole thing. Babs is over. The next Babs is going to be the last Babs. Have they did they seriously frame the no, we're not accepting Christian email? I think the body cam footage of him being arrested got released recently. Was he arrested like after a pony convention? Because he was at some kind of convention when he was formally arrested. Oh, they framed his response email. Oh, he was going to Babs and they banned him. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the whole deal is. I don't know. I feel like he would be a person non grata at a lot of places just because, you know, like he brings an entourage and it's all like maybe, I guess maybe they're like, well, his whole entourage will be here and that's a bunch more tickets, so I guess there's a financial incentive to let him come to places. But I, like, personally, my instinct would be this could be trouble, and I would be super nervous about it as a con organizer. The first ones. I don't know what to do with this other space down here. Okay, so I think see how that door looks. I think that should be fine. Startup thing. Well, I'm using Toon Boom for my animations and stuff, and then we're using RPG Maker for the game stuff. So we're doing our animations in one program, and then importing everything over. It looks all right. The plan is we're just going to fill out the town. Once we kind of get scenery and everything like that, I'm going to fill out the town with little with like talking objects and little maintenance workers. I was thinking of having like a lawnmower that's driving around mowing the lawns. Yeah. Okay, when this gets interacted with, same like character, we're gonna do movement. Set movement route for this event. We could actually make this a common event. Because doors opening is something we're going to do a lot. Yeah, okay, all right. Say this, we will direction fix off. We will turn, I think it goes right. No, it goes left. It does go left, okay. So left, and we'll wait for like, you know, a lot of games, some people write off VR, but I think that VR is a lot of fun for like a lot of different games. Like Skyrim is so much more fun in VR. Like I really like having a shield that you can just hold in front of you and it actually blocks attacks. It's also a lot nicer because you can retaliate against enemies a lot better. So you've got like a mace in one hand and a shield in the other. So they hit the shield, they stagger, and you don't have to like do a battle animation. You can keep the shield up the whole time. You just reach around it with the mace and you bash the guy in the head and then you leave the shield up. And it's a little overpowered because like the NPCs don't know what to do about it. There's like really, you know, but it's not like Skyrim was ever a difficult game. Yeah, it needs so much modding to make it cooperate with the VR stuff. Like by default, it really doesn't want to do it. So I think 5 seconds, five frames, turn left, turn right. 5 frames. And I think that's all I have actually. Okay, and I've got a door opening sound effect, so I'm gonna grab that. Oh, here we go. Common event. Just do open door. And this way I don't have to tell it to do that on every single door. That would be a huge pain. Yeah, companies either do terrible VR ports or they do full VR games that are 5 minutes long. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I've heard Gorilla Tag is a lot of fun. I haven't gotten that one yet. It's kind of interesting that you can use it for exposure therapy. I guess that makes sense. My wife had a friend who came back with a pretty bad PTSD, and she's got a story about that. They were at a concert, and I remember he had an attack because somebody was setting up something. I think it was like one of the gates or something, and then one of the gates for the event, it fell over, and it made like a loud, clack sound, and he went like sheet white, and he pulls his handgun out of his like jacket, out of like he had like a holster. He has a concealed carry permit, and he just hands my wife his handgun, and he's like, hold on to this for a second. I need to go sit down. And so we had to go collect it. But it was like she wasn't expecting to be the in charge of the handgun. It just kind of happened all at once. You know, I'm not going anywhere with this story, but it was a interesting PTSD story. Yeah, I wasn't there for it. She just said that he was just kind of went. He was just terrified for a little while, and then had to sit down and get control again. I met the guy. Like, he was a nice guy and everything. He really had grown a mustache by the time that I met him, and he really liked my mustache. But he had a lot of girlfriends. She knew him in college, and so he had girls over all the time. He had a lot of personality. From what she used to tell me, he used to just be forward with her. He'd just be like, what do you want to do? And he'd be like, oh, we could have sex. And she was like, he would do that all the time. And I have to give him credit. Once or twice I did think about it. The PTSD is caused by putting him back into society. So I read a whole lot about it, so I don't have a lot of constructive perspective on it. I just know a little bit. I've picked up stories and have heard events about it, but haven't really read much about it myself. By Sebastian Yeager. Okay. Is it an interesting read? What's the content of it? Because I feel like I never have enough books to read. I've gotten kind of sick of a lot of internet browsing isn't as good as it used to be, and so I'm always looking for more books to read. Where's it going with this? Oh yeah, transfer the player. Go back to here. Facing up. So people just don't develop it. See, I don't know about that, because the thing with psychology is that I don't know. You do hear that sometimes, where it's like, well, people don't have this or that psychological problem in another nation, and it's maybe not necessarily that they don't have those psychological issues, just that they don't really recognize them or diagnose them. Again, I don't know. I don't have much background on, but I do know that comes up with something. So with depression, for example, you'll find that in countries where they have less mental health service, you get less depression. But it's not necessarily because people aren't developing depression. It's just that there's less diagnosis, and people kind of they don't see what's going on inside one another. So if you're not talking about it, or if you're not seeking treatment or anything, it kind of just becomes oh, that's just kind of who you are, and so it's not thought of as a specific thing. So I don't know. There's a whole debate in psychology about how defining a disorder kind of causes it to come into existence. He's got a theory. He sounds like a cognitive therapist. type of guy that, or a cognitive perspective is what that is. What they like to do is they often like to think about how beliefs are developed, or how mental perspective is developed, and they like to think a lot about how to control development of specific beliefs and everything. I had a book by a cognitive therapist. I can't remember what it was about now, though. I don't remember what it was what he wrote about. It was ages ago that I had it. Okay, it's combat journals. What was I doing? I think I'm done. Oh, right. Common event. Generate more spam. Went through a door. Just kind of talks about what he's observed. Well, that's always helpful. It's good to get perspective from people, because if nothing else, I mean, it gives some context to everybody trying to kind of figure out their own thoughts and perspectives on everything. Giving you flashbacks, sinful soul, to the RDP days. Well, it's good that you got over it, but you... Where's Portal 3? Still working on Portal 3. I don't think they're ever going to come out with Portal 3. Oops, oh, that's right. We're gonna have to turn everything to an Vorbis. Sorry to hear about your marriage, though. That's unfortunate. My wife used to make me nervous. She because she would bring up divorce all the time. Like she would always be asking me. She'd be like, "What would you do if I divorced you? Like what? Where will you be?" And not like maliciously. It was like one of those things like, "Honey, what are you thinking?" You'd be like, "Honey, what do you think you would do if we got divorced? Like, what would you do? Where would you be?" We're like, why? Are we okay? And she'd be like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna leave you or anything. I'm just saying that if I did." At some point I might Get rid of all these little boot things so I can get to this stuff faster. Yeah. Travel between locations. I mean, my wife is very fond of those hypothetical, like if you were on fire, and your son were also on fire, and you only had one jug of water, who would you pour the water on? And I gotta try to come up with clever answers to that. But like, well, in the airplanes, they always say you're supposed to help yourself before you help the child. What do I do if I got divorced? I mean, like, I don't know. It would be so much. There would be so much going on if we got divorced. So it is a little bit of an anxiety-inducing question, because it's like, I don't know. Like, what would I do? Like there'd be so much. There's so much to unpack there. Let me see. Let's fade it out over 2 seconds. You go in the house. We go back in the generator. Yeah. Video game. Yeah, she doesn't do the divorce question so much anymore. I scolded her for it because she kept doing it. She's like, "What if I get divorced?" I'll be like, "No. Can't have this conversation. Go away. Get out of here." So I haven't done that one. She hasn't done a hypothetical in a little while. A lot of times I'm very resistant to them. I don't like those hypothetical questions. But okay, we have a house. And I guess we should make another house. Now, this is 2, 3, 4. It's 4 by 4. This is 48. Okay. Just kind of looking, I was wondering if we could maybe save. I think we could have probably saved a single tile with this if I didn't just draw the house outright. But otherwise, there really would be no... Oh, no, not even. There's no identical tiles in this, so there was no space to save. So that's fine. I guess the real question is should I do a bunch of identical houses? Build this with 4 less redstone. Yeah, the question is, oops, that's the shadow. I mean, if all the should all the houses be identical, or everybody gets their own individual house? Because your neighbor Zeke over here has like a whole garage. Hey, it looks like crap having 50 houses that look similar. The house art's too nice to only use it just once. Could put in a couple of them. I mean, the thing about it looking like crap, I mean, they're kind of all like they're pods where the robots are being stored, so it's not necessarily wrong. It is lazy is my only real hang up with it. It's just like, okay, so I've got no other types of housing. But maybe it looks okay. Maybe it's kind of fitting. But no, okay, because I mean, as much as I want to not do the extra work, as much as I would like that, then I can't justify having Zeke with his own unique house. Like, why is everybody like that? Like, I could probably reuse one of the roofs or something like that over here, but I don't know if I can get away with that. Yeah, but anyway, though, I'm hungry, so I'm gonna get some lunch. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and I will be back at 1 o'clock. Okay. Okay. I'm back. I thought about what I want to do next, and I think it will be oh, no, okay. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do Zeke's house. So maybe we'll take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4. Okay, great. Okay, so 288. And then by 4, 192. Okay. And we're going to want our guidelines so I can see where things are. 6. I think it's 48. Let's get 96 by 96. Okay, 48. 96. I'm back. Yes, hello, Mayo. I can actually close this. Oop. Four. And 44. 52. Oh, and then plus 48 again. I think that will just about do it. So down these middle ones, we've got like a asphalt. So that much we know we have. So we have kind of like some asphalt here. Yeah. Oh, that's why. I wonder why it was being weird on me. So we want like a garage door here. No, let's put like a here. Garage door with like a little oil slick. Kind of on the front. Let's have it be like one of those concrete pads. Like to be efficient about space if possible. So if we go about this high, it's going to be bigger on the inside than on the outside for sure. Oh, that's okay. You can fangirl publicly if you want, or you can be openly critical or hostile if you prefer as well. I'll engage with whatever is your preference. It's fine. No concerns. We're working on a video game today, and have been streaming the progress on it for a while. We've only just really started, so right now we've got like a little town in the interior of your house. I kind of like to add more to the interior, but I haven't had any ideas on what else should go in there yet. Let me see. I think I want. Let's maybe do this. I don't really like having an empty square. So we'll do like this maybe. Kind of justify the empty square a little bit. And in theory this will be, oh, no, the door will be like right here because it has to be. Critical enough as it is. Okay. Content's fine. We can find things to be upset about with regards to it. We can guess about it as the guy who makes it. Lots of opinions. I sometimes joke that when I'm working on stuff, I really don't enjoy it nearly as much as when I go back and listen to it 5 years later. Like when it's still fresh in your mind, you spend a lot of time thinking about like, oh man, this I could have done this better, or this could have been better, and then you know you're just so unhappy with all of your work. You're like, oh, but then like you go back and you listen to it 5 years later, and you're like, this person has the same sense of humor as I do. The guy who made this content is very funny because I don't remember any of these jokes. Flat top What we do? Let's look at car garage repair. See images. Okay, I actually like the way that that looks. It's like got a brick facade, and then over it, yeah, that'll be okay. Oh, the last rooftop I was trying to build was very upsetting to me. This is much better. I think it helps a lot that I drew the square in the first place. Clarified where the heck where the box is. Let's put a window here. This thing's got a window. I kind of like that. Oh no, maybe not a window there. I guess we'll put a window like here, over here. Yeah. Window right there. Maybe another one here. It'll be closed. We'll just put some blinds in it. I think it's a very common phenomenon to go back and enjoy your old work a little bit more than your current work. I was listening to an NPR segment where they were talking to a country singer, and she had made like music since then. Like she had made music when she was like 9, and they were like, "Does it still hold up?" And she's like, "Honestly, I like it better than some of the stuff I've made recently." And I thought that was funny. I kind of related to that. I'm like, oh, I get it, because she can go back. You're not close to it anymore, so you're just like, yeah, now it's fine. Now it's all good. Okay, so we want this to be about the same. It has to be. You gotta delete your videos if they go viral. Everybody will start to see it and form opinions of it. That's no good. good. Oops. I accidentally deleted that. Try to copy the E. Merge these layers, and then do you make content like pony content or anything that would be targeted by copyright? Let me actually get like a little shrubbery. Put some rocks in. Use this space nice and effectively as well as I can. And that, I think, will be okay. Give me another window, one more window. I mean, unlike the pods, he actually uses this as a place of business. I mean, YouTube has been very corporate for a long time. I guess before I fill this in, I gotta Center should be covered. So I guess I gotta be careful. I gotta forget about my straight lines are bad. I haven't been using nice straight lines. I should be using messy freehand drawing so that way it all looks consistent. The Big Les Show. See, I never watched Oni's Let's Play stuff, so I don't really know very much what they're doing. I am told that they sang Pony Waifu, though, or people have posted me links to that, which you know, I'm proud of that, I suppose. That's amusing to me. Glad to know I am well, I don't know what I am exactly. Just glad to know it anyway. Pleased to have caused whatever I did. Make an animation, Oni will find it. That's good. I've been trying to be more like that. I have, because I've been complaining for so long that like I can never find anything that I like on YouTube. And recently, one of my friends was just like, "Yeah, I keep seeing like all these small creators with only, 10 views or whatever," and I was envious of it. I was like, "What? Like you're seeing small people, like people who are just starting off and like expressing themselves and he was like, yeah, are you not?" I was like, never. Am I just not curating? So maybe if I like work on curating the machine to force it to give me that stuff, maybe it'll give me that stuff. Because I would like that. I would like to see that more. It's one of my favorite things on YouTube. I remember one time a young lady sent me her it was back before vlogs were really big, and she sent me one of her vlogs, and it was just kind of about her, like her personal life. It wasn't like about anything. It was just sort of like, yeah, like it's my life. This is where I'm at. What I'm doing, and so I tried to send back. I was like, oh yeah, like this is a little hard to relate to as like she was talking about a guy that she was interested in. I was like, I'm not the guy that you were talking about, and I don't know him or anything, but thanks for sending me this. to see people who care about, I don't know, just making things. But I don't know. For the Vid Somewhere competition, my favorite entries are all the ones that are like made by, I don't know, that are made in such a way that just make me feel like somebody had a goofy idea and they're like, you know what everybody needs to see, and then they just kind of do it. I think those are great. Oh yeah, Vid Somewhere is a competition. Maya says I can't relate to being into a dude. I mean, I can relate to having romantic interests. It's just that like, it was. I mean, she was like, I don't know how old she was, but certainly, like. What can I say? There's that age when so much about your, like, having a love life feels groundbreaking, and I think she was at about that age, because it was kind of like, you know, I don't know, like she's just talking about like this was her future, and so it is relatable, but it's also like as an adult seeing her talking about this, it's sort of like, you'll be okay. Like, I don't know how to tell you in a way that you'll like, because I mean, yeah, I feel like kids never like to hear like, oh, this is meaningless. Don't worry about this. Like, you'll like this, you'll be fine. But she'll be fine. And so that was kind of where I was at with it. I was just like, oh yeah, like you'll be okay. But I couldn't tell her that, because then she'd be like, no, it's a really big deal. And I'm like, well. I mean, it is for you now. It is right now. I get it. I get that I get it. I understand. But it won't be a big deal indefinitely. You'll have other things going on. I think I did try to tell her something like that. I was like, yeah, don't worry about it. You'll be fine. This is all part of life, something like that. And I think she said something like, thanks, well, thank you. But I do think it was probably like, I don't know, you hear that stuff from adults already. It was like, thanks, Dad. Not necessarily that she was ungrateful, but it is just kind of like, people have joked, I've always kind of had dad energy in the first place. When I was at BabsCon, I got to do some, I got to go on stage with Koa. And Koa's a very talented musician and everything. But, she offered to bring me on, and I just had like complete dad energy. I was like, okay, I'm happy to support you. I'm happy to support you, honey. I'll go on stage. And they joked afterward. They like, it really was just like Koa's dad got called up on stage to help her with her set, And I was just there. I was just being so supportive. You're doing great. Never not had dad energy. Now, granted, I've always been fine with having dad energy, so you know, it's not a bad thing necessarily. Just have always had it. It was good for when I finally had a kid, you know. And I was like, I've been ready for this all my life. You gotta understand, I've been planning to disapprove of things for ages. Disapprove of everything. There's not a single article of clothing I think people should wear. People should just be naked. That way they wouldn't have to, no one would get made fun of for wearing their cargo shorts or their dress shirt with their slacks to a Pony concert. We'd just be naked, and everyone could make fun of your junk, and we would all know where we stood. Can't do it. Can't get it. All right, I do have a rotation ability. I can rotate this. Suddenly got very personal. Look, cargo shorts are amazing. You can store things in them, you know, like you're gonna one of these days you're gonna be in a situation where you're gonna say, gee, I wish we had a lighter. If only we had someone who had a lighter. Oh, but nobody here smokes. But then I'll say, hold on a second. I keep all kinds of weird things in my cargo shorts. How do I go back to this? Cargo shorts related bind. Exactly. You will be in a cargo shorts related bind, and you will be saying to yourself, like, oh gosh, if only we had somewhere to put these things, to put these items of seemingly trivial value, if only we had enough pockets. And that is when you will thank me for being there. Say, thank God Greg was here with his cargo shorts, and that he remembered to wear his socks with his sandals. The socks with the sandals, I haven't figured out a justification for yet. I'm going to get to it. I don't wear the socks with the sandals, but only because I can't think of a good excuse to. Just because I haven't thought of a good reason doesn't mean that there isn't one. two tribes: cargo shirts and Zelda shirts versus blue jeans and black tees. Yeah, I got a mustache now and everything, so it was pretty comical because after the set, I think Koa did leave it. She was like, "Thanks, Dad, for being so supportive of my musical career." and, like, there's only so much I want to indulge in, like a dad thing with someone who is, a peer, or like. She's as far as I'm concerned, Koa is a fellow entertainer and everything, so it's like. It's funny and it entertains the crowd, but there's a certain level where I'm just like, okay, all right, let's no more of this, no more of this dad stuff. It'll get weird in like a second. I don't think she didn't push it very far either. I think for same reason probably. But it was fun being invited up on stage. I don't usually do stuff like that. And one of my favorite things about Koa's music is that it's like a lot of people like my stuff, and they will tell me like, I like your stuff. But it's a little bit like, even though I still sometimes get the jokes, a lot of times I still think about like the structural details whenever I hear my own stuff. And so like they wanted me to sing my own Pony Waifu, I think, during the convention, and I did, but I wasn't super enthusiastic about it because I get into that like, okay, I'm gonna be thinking about Pony Waifu and what I could have done differently and all that. But with Koa, what she did is she like took Rainbow Dash Presents episodes and then she sort of like made music about some of the Rainbow Dash stuff. So like, You're Not My Real Dad took the what was it? Somewhere Only We... No, not Somewhere Only... My Little Dashie. Took My Little Dashie, where Dash is being raised by this monkey. And the You're Not My Real Dad stuff was based the song was kind of just based on being raised by the monkey. Is like, You're Not My Real Dad, that whole rebellious streak that Dash has. You're not my real dad. Get a Stallion is also, I think her of the album, I think Get a Stallion is probably my favorite because that one's based on that. There's Rarity has this thing that she says where she's just like, oh, this is my go-to for so many problems. If you can't change a light bulb, get a stallion. And so she has this whole song, Get a Stallion, and it's really good. And so I kind of get to experience the joy that people get out of my work, but through like someone else's work. So instead of being there like thinking about like, this could have been better and I could have done this better or whatever, I just get to enjoy it and be like, oh no, it's not my music. If it's not good, then that's Koa's problem. It's Koa's deal. So it was fun being involved in that and just getting to enjoy something that was about getting to enjoy my stuff, but in a way that doesn't make me worry a lot about whether or not about my stuff. She's not on Spotify or anything, so I wonder. Somebody makes it. I don't know if she was making it just to impress me. I guess I hadn't really thought of it in that way, but she okay. Koa's like big. Koa's got her own thing. Like she's legitimately a talented musician. She's got her own thing going on. It would be vastly inappropriate to just be like, yeah, you know, Koa. Like, okay, she's her own musician. She's got her own thing going on. So I can sit there and be involved in her stuff and just be like, yes. If this sucks, it's Koa's problem because it's Koa's got her own professional deal going on. Let me see if I can find her Get a Stallion. She gave me a copy of her album, but I'd have to put it in my computer. Who is she? Koa Pony. Koae. She also just goes by Koa. Let's see if I can find Get a Stallion. It's on Bandcamp. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Rainbow Disaster Pop is the one I think that has like Get a Stallion. Yeah, here. So yeah, this is an album that was based a lot on Rainbow Dash Presents. And so like I say, it's kind of she takes the stuff and she does the other way. You know, now that I think about it, the guy who made My Little Dashie, he told me that he really liked the My Little Dashie parody, and I kind of wonder if it was the same for him. Because he's also like, he was a writer. He was like, yeah, I write. I think he wrote professionally. I can never remember this because it's been so long since I talked to him. Oh, you got the wrong. Yeah, she's not on YouTube. She's on Bandcamp. But anyway, though, he like really liked the My Little Dashie thing, he told me, and I think he might have been in that same mindset. Is that like everybody loved the My Little Dashie fan fiction, but he didn't really, because he looked at it and he was like, yeah, I mean, like I wrote it. It wasn't like my best work or anything. It was just like something that I wrote for, you know, it was a bit of passion work, and it blew up. And he goes, I don't think I'll ever write anything that ever gets this big again. He goes, I don't know how to feel about that, but. You know, although it's hard to enjoy your own work sometimes because you overanalyze your own work, when you get to see your work through somebody else's eyes, that's kind of nice. So yeah, anyway, like I Get a Stallion. This one's my favorite. Dig that drum beat.
If you can't lift something, if you need something built, if you've lost your motivation or your will, if you're spoiled and entitled, just take left by the bridle. Get a stallion, get a stallion. If you're lonely, insecure, or inconsiderate, if you're docile or demure, just consider it. If you're a useless, shovel-stealing little bitch, don't get in a twist, a stallion will do the trick. Get a stallion, get a stallion. If you need some action on that purple derriere, if apple bucking has you feeling worse for wear, if you're looking for love or want a piece standing up, I guess. Get a stallion, get a stallion. If you need something arcane and mysterious, look no further past the voodoo and the pixie dust. It's the perfect solution, yeah, I'm serious. Judge me all that you like, a stallion can make it right. 1, 2, 3 et allons. This is my panacea. darling. Don't even joke. This is what kind of see when something isn't clear. I get up, I get up. Get a stallion, and should he reject me and leave me feeling empty, I get up and find another one. Get a stallion, 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 get a stallion. Get you a man, girl. Get a stallion, get a stallion, get a stallion.
So let's get a stallion. That one's a.
Oh my gosh, Binky's dead!
Let's go
I
over
used
to the
to
other.
party, I was the best. Then diabetes, put that to rest. And my prescription.
So yeah, that is Get a Stallion, and it's not a one-off. If you like that, Koa does a lot of different music. She has a lot of different albums. She's very active in the pony stuff, but is branching out into non-pony things, which I don't know. I feel like a lot of her music is around that level of quality. It's very pop. Well, it's called disaster pop. So it's, it should be very pop. But I think it's very good. I like it quite a lot. I think it's very danceable and a lot of fun. And she's got a pretty good following. I wasn't aware of how big she was in the pony community until the last time I went to Babs, because I was just like, oh, do you know about Koa? And I was trying to make sure that people. I was like, oh, you gotta go see Koa. And then people were like, oh yeah, I know Koa, and they'd be excited because it's like, oh, are you a fan of Koa? Are you a fan of Koa? Oh yeah. So lots of people knew Koa already. Some people were there specifically for her. Get a stallion. Some like Leonard Skinner and stuff like that. Get a stallion. Panacea, my panacea. Ba-da-dum-dum-dum-dum. I can play more if you guys like. Yeah, that was on Bandcamp. Let me post the link here. And like I say, she's got a lot of stuff and they're all pretty good. stallion. Yeah, I was a little nervous when she asked me to help out with that one because I thought, like, oh, go her music's all really good, and I've never really been like honestly much of a music guy. The musical stuff that I do, a lot of it is using like loops and things like that. There's a lot of that. Like I can do music, but I'm not like a good musician or anything. So I was just like, oh wow, man. It's just like asking me to help with this, and I don't want to screw it up and make her show less fun. I was a little nervous. My panacea, get a stallion. Sinking ships, no, there's actually some loop stuff in sinking ships. The piano bit, I think, is... I don't recall what all of that is original and what is not, but I think the... or I might be wrong. I don't know, because I would use a mix of... So some of it would be original and some of it would be like loops and things like that. I can tell you for sure that the marimba bit for the biker gorilla was a loop, because that then later got sampled by a different guy who went by the Lil Uzi Vert, and that led to the amusing situation of people asking me if I did you know that Lil Uzi Vert sampled my My Little Dashie, and people thought that he did that. He didn't. He just found a loop online. And I brought this up in a couple of streams now, but it is one of the funnier legacies of My Little Dashie. Like, he probably had no idea. Did not realize what he was signing on to. And like some people, it's funny because they assume that I lifted his work, but then other people would like look at the dates and they'd be like, oh, this came first. I remember one person was like, all right, Uzi, I guess if you be you, man. So they thought he was a brony. Greg stream, Gray stream. Oh, did we get Find a Stallion stuck in your head? Or Sinking Ships. I was Sinking Ships stuck in your head now. Sinking ships is stuck on your head. We might be able to find another Koa song that would get it out. You're watching it now. Well, that'll just get it more stuck. Oh man, I feel like I was gonna say something and I remember what I was gonna say. Something about all the Koa stuff. I know I saw on her Twitter she's talking about branching out away from pony stuff, and hope that goes well for her, because getting away from, especially with online stuff, getting away from the things that are associated to like an SEO keyword is tough, because then it's like you kind of go out there without the benefit of the SEO anymore. So there, you know, if you do something and then you're not going to get, no one's going to be recommended to you. But like, because this, unless the computer already knows that you're a subject somehow. So hopefully she'll be good and have absolutely no issues. Now people have to delete their channels for going into industry work. That's too bad. Hopefully she'll be good and have no issues, Dad. I guess it's a very dad-like sentiment, isn't it? Hopefully it'll be fine. Like I said, natural dad. I can't help it. I don't approve of what the kids are wearing today. Don't approve of whatever. Hope everyone's doing well. I hope you did your homework. Don't put it off just because you think there's time. There's always less time than you think, you know. Says my panacea. You have to delete your Twitter, your tweet dunking on Microsoft. I mean, I suppose if you go on to work on a show that like, so it was like, suppose you were doing My Little Pony stuff and then you got hired to work on My Little Pony. I could see the risk there for the company, because at that point there it's like, you know, you're actually affiliated with them, and so all of this stuff that you were doing and saying about regarding My Little Pony before is suddenly like meaningful. And more concerning than if bronies have seen it is whether or not like a parent sees it and then goes, "Hey, this is not okay. I thought that this was a family-friendly thing," and then, you know, it. So I could see that. I can see where that would where they would get you on that. When I was doing stuff for, I was pitching things to IDW actually. If I had gotten anything in, I was strongly considering not actually having anything go in under my known pseudonym, and instead would have used a different pseudonym. I would have gone by something like not even my real name. So it would have been like written by Jerry Spalding or something like that. I don't know. So that way they wouldn't be any risk of people going like, "Hey, this guy's got like a whole bunch of pony videos already, and they're inappropriate for children." Hello. Well, Jan got himself in trouble because Jan was using Button Mash, and Button Mash was not his original character. Button Mash belonged to Hasbro to start with. And what wound up happening was that he basically made the character popular, and they kind of had to, like, I think that was part of the issue there, was that it made them feel like they had to go in and assert themselves, because they were like, this is ours, you better get out of here, or, we'll kill you and your whole family. I mean, I don't know what that... It sounded like the lawyers were more polite than that, but... basically, they just basically, the lawyers, they weren't too happy about it. And I know that he went in and talked to like people within the company to try and get something worked out, and they were kind of amicable to it. But from what I hear, and I think this is just very common, was whoever he was talking to just got shuffled out of the position that they were in, and they just kind of dropped him when that happened. They were like, okay, and done. So he went from communicating to somebody to having no communication at all, and then whoever came in afterward, I think, just didn't want to deal with it. And if I recall, that was effectively what happened to him. He's starting to bounce back, though. I saw he did an animation for Cult of the Lamb. You guys hired the Pinkertons being nice. a stallion. Get a stallion. Such a fun song. I gotta see. I gotta look at some of her other stuff. See how we play that on stream. Hopefully she's okay with that. I guess I should ask if that's fine. It's probably fine, right? Actually, no, come on. Artisan got to participate in the dance for Get a Stallion and everything, and he was actually pretty great because she brought him in and she's like, okay, so you do this. What if you can't find a stallion? And the way Artisan says it is just a crack. I was like, what if I can't find a stallion? And he just sells it. He does a pretty good job. Celestia, darling, don't even joke. Stallion. More like rocks. Can I get He takes an RPG Maker as an engine. It's got some pros and cons. I feel like it can be made more into what you want. It does a couple of things that I really dislike. Like, for example, one of the things I discovered that it wants to do is, like, it doesn't want to scale your sprites down. It will just take them as is. And the problem with that then is that if you say, like, okay, can you make the screen be 192 by 180 or by 1080, 1920 by 1080, then it'll just like make the screen bigger. It'll make the UI bigger, but the sprites stay the same size, and it just kind of like spreads them out, so you have tons of empty space. But then if you say, like, okay, fine, make the game space smaller, then when you enlarge it, then because it's just taking like that resolution, it just blows up the sprite. So they're all blurry. So I had to go into the game code and tell it not to do that. I said, okay, take the sprite I give you and then make it half its size. And so that way, when you expand the game now, it won't make the sprite small. Or it won't blow up the sprite, it won't make it blurry. Another thing it does that's really weird is it always expands the battle backdrops, and that is awful because then if they're like nice straight lines, if they're not blurry to start with, then they will become blurry, and it's always that way. So I had to go in and tell it not to do that either, like, don't shrink this stuff down. So it's really weird in a couple of ways. Like, there are things that it does that I feel like very bad practices, and I don't know why it does that. But once you, I don't know, kill some of the more malign issues with it's very user friendly. Like, it's very easy to use, very easy to place stuff down, do cutscenes, make new things. It's got a built-in item system and everything. So I would say it depends really heavily on what you want out of it and then how much you want to work with it. Some people like it because there's a really robust plugin market for it. And I don't want to use the plugins personally. So I haven't been. I've just been getting into the program myself, and I just change what I need. But there are a lot of plugins. I've read, it looks like some of them aren't very resource efficient though, and you see a lot of people. Yeah, well, I mean, it becoming blurry when you expand it, like, it makes sense. But the thing that just bothers me is that I feel like you should be able to import a larger sprite, like, and say, like, okay, this is twice the size we need. And then the default really should be that you should be able to tell it, like, what size the sprite should appear on screen. So I think you should be able to give it sprite dimensions, because that's how Unity does it. So for Unity, you would just make a sprite, and it would be a certain size, and then you tell Unity how big that should display on the screen. So you're not gonna, even if you switch between mobile and desktop with Unity, you're not gonna run into that problem where the sprite's blurry, unless you made a small sprite and then expanded it afterward. Whereas as with RPG Maker, that's the default, and it shouldn't be the default. The default should be always shrink, never expand.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, most games shouldn't be too demanding on RPG Maker. It's mostly just a risk. I saw people were like running into performance issues because one very common beginner mistake with something like this is to be like, I don't get why people break maps up into small pieces. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna have the entire map all in one. Like I'm gonna build a city, and it's all gonna be in one space. And then they do that, and it's a terrible idea, because then you're like your system can't handle it. It's just like, oh god. And now I die.
How, let's see, updated all the dwarf actions, rolled chance for strange moods, calculated where all the alcohol exists. Next, I'm gonna perform the cat's behavior algorithm, and I'm dead.
Was this you're doing?
What?
What are you doing?
I was joking. You were talking about how people make like a huge map in RPG Maker and it'll die. And I was like, that sounds a lot like FPS death from cats in Dwarf Fortress.
Oh. I mean, I guess there's some overlap. It's I think that what it is, yeah, it's pretty much the same thing as there's just too many sprites on screen. I cannot find where I put this bush, the shadow. I have. It's okay. It must be underneath this. It has to be underneath this. Oh, it's here.
Oh, I wanted to ask. So on Dr. Cranium, I built my gadgets as my prototype gadgets as a variable power pool, which is normally a stop power. So I should ask you if that's okay.
For a variable power pool?
Yeah.
I mean, normally it's not okay. It would be nice if we had slightly more discrete. Like the point of the game is to do kind of like an Inquisition type of thing. So
yeah. So I also want to I put a limitation on it that I can only change out what my pool is while I'm in my lab. Currently, my only prototype is the doggles. They're dog goggles. They're not goggles for a dog. They're goggles they put on yourself, and they give you dog scent, like smell sense. The main thing I want out of this going in a variable power pool instead of like a multi-power or something is I want to have like the ability to like throw out a prototype and make a whole new one. Because like the idea is that none of these are like fully formed like ideas. These are just like things. There's like, look at the new thing I made this week, doggles, and then I throw it out after the session, and if it makes sense. And next week it's like, this week I've got super extendo arm. So like that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Anyway.
Well, what I want to do is go more for, like, I don't know, have you ever looked at any of the 40k lore stuff, or?
I've heard like lore stuff. I've not read any books though.
Okay, because the point of the game is that you're going to be doing like less like super heroic stuff and more like investigation, and then people have broken the rules, and then they are murdered for breaking the rules, and that's going to be kind of the key, the sort of how the game is going to flow.
Wait, are we all involved in the murder for the breaking of the rules?
Yeah, you guys do all of it.
Oh, okay. So like someone stole cans of shaving cream, I do my forensics work to get ID information. We verify we got the guy, and then execute them in the name of corporate.
Yes, in the name of corporation, they will be executed. And yeah, that's the gist of it. Yeah, so it might be... Yeah, I don't know, the wacky invention stuff. The best analog I can think of from like 40k lore would be Jokero. It's like an orangutan that invents all kinds of weird
Is this a orc thing?
No, Jokero were like these hyper-intelligent orangutans. They can't communicate, but they're sometimes kept by inquisitors. And they just make things.
I have no idea what you'll get.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to keep them because they make things that they want to make. They don't necessarily make things that you want them to make. And one of the things that they like to make, if they're unhappy, are ways to escape captivity.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I have to review the characters for everybody still. I haven't. Justin has sent me his stuff, and I gotta have a look at it. Yeah, it occurs to me, like, I pitched this game, and then I kind of realized after everyone started coming up with characters that's like, oh gosh, I'm reading Eisenhorn right now, but I think I might be the only one with more than just a passing familiarity with any Warhammer 40k lore. So you guys all just heard like completely different, because we got like cowboys, ninjas, you know,
mad
like,
scientists.
Yeah, none of it's like remotely on the same page.
It's like Gang City on accident.
Gang City, but I mean, like, with less unified purpose. Gang City, at least everyone was like, I believe in my god. This is a little more awkward, because it's like we have a cowboy, and we're talking about our Sunday role-playing games, chat, if you're curious, and the plans thereof, they're related. Yeah, I don't know, we might have to do more workshopping. But I guess a little bit of news regarding that. It looks like the guy who was running the games for Ice and Fire stepped down, or one of the guys who was doing a lot of the things, and so another guy took over completely. And he's like, he missed this month, so to make up for it, he like just scheduled 2 games for next month. I'm still kind of debating as to whether or not I really want, because like, I do want to go play, but like the first one is this next Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we wouldn't be able to play a game on Sunday. The Emperor is starting to wake up. It's gonna be funny when he realizes. I mean, I don't think the Emperor. I don't think anything. The Emperor and funny are not really like. He doesn't do funny. He's not a funny guy. Yeah.
Someone may have wrote a book about him being a funny guy, but that wasn't funny. And he got in trouble for it.
Yeah. But anyway, though, the idea behind the whole inquisitorial thing is inquisitors in 40k are generally they live pretty stark lives. Like it's like, I am hunting for heretics, I am finding heretics, I am executing the heretics, but the heretics know that I'm looking for them, and they're doing everything they can to not be found and not be executed. Mm-hmm. And we're doing kind of a similar concept, but with cyberpunk, So it's like Cyberpunk Inquisitors is the game that we're playing again for context for chat. So
should I sell back all my wealth then?
the wealth is fine. So like Inquisitors in 40k, again, this is just for context of how we're gonna play. They usually have a lot of resources that they can call on, but I mean there's like a lot of different bureaucracies. So we're kind of going in the same direction where there's a lot of corporate bureaucracy, and you can theoretically yeah.
So my wealth represents effectively more bureaucratic power in the system or something.
Well, I mean, it's always the hero system. Wealth always kind of represents your ability to get a hold of resources.
Yeah.
So legitimately, you'll be able to get a hold of more resources, and that's.
I've got every form I could need 90% filled out, such that whatever I want, I just fill in the last 10% of the right forms and submit it.
Just finish filling it out.
Yeah.
So yes, the gist of it is you have a lot of authority. You're acting on behalf of these regional corporate authorities because everything's regional, and there's going to be pushback from this or that, or there's going to be other people who are going to have opinions on what you're doing, and people aren't above resorting to murder for certain things, and people don't want to have the license taken away on their like breathing rules. Is there an automated system or instruction book for it you'd recommend? There's not a convenient way to get access to the rules. I have a Google sheet that I've been using for a long time, which let me see. Which at the very least, this has a lot of automation. And I think it also has it's got Maxima built in, which won't really mean anything to you unless you know the system. But this Google sheet, if you fill in like how many ranks in a skill you want, how many this or that, it'll calculate a lot of it for you and then throw it all up into a thing. You'll still have to make powers by hand, like on your own, which would require the book. But I don't know. At the very least, I find that this sheet tends to help new players when we introduce them to the game, because then at least they can fill out the stuff that does make sense to them, and then they can go back and they can work on things that they're less sure about later on. That's not what I want. I want the project file. This house had almost the right shadows. It's basically black.
Oh yeah, I caught up with Dungeon Men.
Yeah, okay, that's good. I'll probably make another episode tomorrow. Is my plan.
Yeah. I'm I'm really happy that I chose to binge through it and catch back up again when I did. Because this last episode was like, this was like the turning point for Tiffany, where it's like, oh no, Tiffy actually knows like everything that's going on. Like he's actually like really smart.
He's paying attention to everything. He's the only one
He's
paying
on top
attention to
of
everything.
all of it. Yeah.
Okay, I think this will do it for Zeke's house.
Yeah, before it's like before he seems a little insane and you gotta like want to see his perspective to kinda follow along with him. But then like that moment where he's like he just kind of explains everything to this point. That's the moment where it's like, oh actually, he's not insane.
He knows what's going on. He's willfully like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, he chooses to be like this.
Listening through it again, I've come to a new conclusion. That what was it? Elvis. Elvis is the only one that's like already enlightened because like his entire character was like just happy and entirely unburdened, like pretty much the whole time. And it's like realizing that it's like, oh, actually, he's the one that's released all burdens by accepting that all of life is an adventure. Yeah.
Elvis.
So the yeah.
Yes, Elvis was the only one who was truly happy.
Yeah. And because he was already like enlightened, all the lessons for Lowry or from Lowry don't land correctly with him because he's already got this like worldview that's working for him. And then you take this like pessimistic
Goodbye, Mel.
Goodbye. You take this pessimistic perspective and everything and like throw that at him and he's like, aha, I see how this is actually great.
He just wants to be part of an adventure team.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I saw your comment in the down somewhere, Lex. I will. Oh, did I click away from it? Let me see. Did you post it in? Where did you post? Where did you post the thing about the stuff being backwards? Oh, here we go in the Greg channel. Okay. All right. Greg channel. Yeah, Cypher points out this is a little bit late. Yeah, cat girls. Like sci-fi is just imagining, or 40K is just imagining the most depressing sci-fi things you can, and then you dial it all the way up. Well, it's not actually that you dial it all the way up. It's that you add soul-stealing demons to it. So it's like, yeah, imagine like a terrible cyberpunk hellscape plus demons, and that's it. That's Warhammer 40K in a nutshell.
Oh. So on my gadgets, is that a definitely no or a maybe no?
I would prefer less of that, and I was kind of hoping for a little bit more of the like we're regular dudes angle. Like we're regular dudes and the enemy has a machine gun and I'm worried about the machine gun.
Okay. Yeah, I'll scrap that. I've got a couple other ideas. So after, so I wanted to try. So I was gonna role play a cowardly angle, and then later hopefully be awarded points for the psychological complication based off of how well I role play and that stuff. Anyway, I was planning on using those points to buy was it grenade like AIs in grenade robots, and so it'd be a living grenade.
Like a little suicide guy.
Yeah. Like a little robot, and then he's got like a charge in his belly, and like it blasts his belly out, but then like he runs back. And I was gonna have two of them, and they were gonna be named Dudley and Kaboom.
It would be nice if AI stuff were a little bit arcane.
Rare?
I was kind of imagining more. Well, yeah, I was really imagining more like cybernetic enhancements on people. So going more in the cyberpunk direction than again in the gadget superhero direction. Like I would like for it to be like if you show up and a man has like replaced his arm with a gun, that should be not like, yes, it's Tuesday. It should be like, oh,
oh no.
Yeah.
Do I get paid enough for this?
Yeah, am I going to get paid enough to fight this man with a gun? And I'd like for it to get even worse than that. Like I'd like for, like Justin was talking about, taking contacts in the military industrial complex, and I'd like for you guys to run into situations where it's like, all right, let's call in our friends in the military, rather than being like, let's deploy our gadgets or anything. There's going to be stuff that I'd like for that's just too big. That's needs that you guys will need support.
Okay, so drop the gadgets pools and just kind of make my character more better regular guy.
Yeah, like think regular person with bionics.
Yeah.
Man with gun arm is either a miracle. Yeah, if that man's not a servitor. It's actually interesting to think, but I can't think of hardly any cases where a man replaces his arm with a gun. There are cases where a man replaces his arm with like a power claw or like a crushing vice. But I can't think of anyone who isn't a servitor who just has a gun arm in 40K.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say the Tau Max, but that's a mech. That's not a guy's arm.
You can change the anti-aliasing can be changed in the index stuff. I have to look into that. No, I was imagining like stuff like you guys would run into a man imagine like a guy who's more machine than human, who's like 8 feet tall, body made completely of steel, small arms cannot harm him, and that being like not expected, so that if you run into it, it's more of like an oh god, oh no, and not like a yes, it's my favorite day, giant man with gun
Aha!
day.
An opportunity for me to use my latest invention, Dudley and Kaboom. Get out there!
Yeah.
You're like, oh no, I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Yeah, like that should be more of a panic moment than anything. Be like, oh shit, I actually don't want to be here. Come to think.
I think I can do something with that.
A Terminator. Yeah, a Terminator robot should be a big deal. If you ever run into a robot skeleton, that should be a no thank you moment. Oh,
so I did also I took some Oh, I wanted to ask for the skill enhancers like Jack of all trades, scientist, and scholar. I took all three of those, by the way. Those just make the initial purchase 1 point cheaper, right?
Yeah, they make skills cheaper.
Okay. But yeah, that's the way I interpreted it. But like the way that they write it out didn't feel very super clear. Like I feel like they should have had an example for at least one of them. Yeah. Anyway, I was leading to that with one of my profession skills was corporate sponsor. So like my character theoretically knows how to like get a sponsorship and get paid for talking to people about like Pepsi.
Oh no, the whole point is that you're basically G-men for a corporation. So like you're not here to talk to people about Pepsi. You're here to apprehend people.
Lay down the law.
Yeah. Like it's like we think that somebody is if somebody is being accused of corporate espionage, you guys are there. You're supposed to show up and be like, hello, sir or madam. I've heard that you may have leaked government secrets, or you may have leaked corporate secrets. Did you know that this is a crime punishable by me arriving here at your house?
And having Tiffany, the giant lizard man, arrive at your house is punishment.
Well, Tiffany would just be there to argue with you. This is like, like I say, you get your mom gets sick and they give her a pair of cybernetic lungs. Pepsi is not okay, and neither will you be. Yeah, your mom gets sick and they give her a pair of cybernetic lungs, but then her kid goes and pirates music, and you've got to revoke mom's lungs license.
Yeah, we undownload the drivers for her lungs. She's violated the terms and conditions of its use.
Yeah. So there will be people who get up to things that they're not supposed to. That'll be more routine, but a lot of times it will be like, oh, somebody did corporate espionage and you got to go kill them, or somebody did this, or somebody's been like manufacturing ghost guns, and they're based on our intellectual property. They're not so much worried about the ghost guns as they are just the fact that they look exactly like company guns, and they have to pay a license for that. And so you guys will be sent to go like destroy this gang that is manufacturing guns unofficially.
Hey, we don't mind your gang activities, but those are unlicensed guns. We have to take those back from you.
Yeah. You've got to surrender those.
Okay, I think I get the angle more now. I'm more like I'm like a military guy, right? So like I got all like the rules and maybe the uniform or whatever, and like that. So like first and foremost, I'm like, okay, I gotta do my job. But then like I'm a person underneath, maybe I go back to my barracks and like I'm into like forensic science. So like I do like the forensic science stuff, but it's like I'm doing my job.
This texture packer is a separate program. It's actually got nothing to do with RPG Maker. So they won't really make a big difference as to how RPG Maker handles it.
Oh, hold on.
Okay. But, anyway. I need to make a door for Zeke's, what is basically his house. with messy squiggle stuff, just as before. Here, it's a little less messy if I do it this way. Door frame.
Okay, so since AI is a bit more esoteric, I was gonna hold on to this idea for a bit till I had points to buy it, but I'll throw it out there now. Could I buy two AIs for the mobile network? One AI is a spam bot that just spams stuff, and the other one is an anti-spam bot. So we'll have two dueling AIs on our system. But the initiative for the spam bot is to propagate, and the initiative for the anti-spam bot is to not propagate, to stay here and deal with it. So when someone connects up to our network, they get infected with spam bot.
The AI thing is like they're all large language models, and they have already basically ruined all human networks, which is why everything is disconnected now.
Yeah.
They are consistently spammy, so you're
There's no way for me to wrangle an like a spam filter AI. That just doesn't exist.
I mean, you could try, but then other large language models will just brute force past it. Anything that's like connected to an open network is going to get hit with a spam
Yeah.
LLM.
Well, I mean, oh, actually, sorry. Well, my point was to make it so that it's like our network is dangerous for other people to connect to. So like if someone broke into our network, they would be unintentionally infecting themselves with a spam AI.
I mean, how
Maybe it makes more sense that it could make like a program that like, so when people connect up on the network, it would like check who's connecting or check like the ID, and if it doesn't recognize it, it'll try to like install a virus onto their system that then that virus tries to connect to like the open network.
That sounds like a terrible idea. Like if you imagine, so you're trying to build network security, right? And then you pitch to the company that you're working with. You're like, okay, so I've got a brilliant idea. Network security that infects the network with a virus if somebody puts their credentials in incorrectly.
Okay. Okay, I see the problem with that now.
Yeah, like I think the party will get angry about it. They'll be like, "Why?
Why is my phone infected now?
Yeah,
Did you log in? Did you use the wrong password? Well, that's why."
like why is this? What do you mean? Why is it programmed to do that?"
I thought like someone's probably gonna try to hack our network. We're really important, and I wanted them to not think that was a good idea.
A very aggressive servo skull on a Vox could do that. I mean, there's different Vox channels that servo skulls could be on. So I mean, theoretically, the problem is like you'd have to get on somebody's encrypted Vox channel and then just yell, "Oli, oli, oli, non-stop. What? I don't know if anybody in the chat ever saw Crab Battle back when that was a thing. That was an old Newgrounds cartoon.
Yeah. I saw it. I don't hardly remember it. All I remember is like Snake was supposed to like he was crawling through something, and then there was like a crab there, and he was like, I can't continue. There's a crab in the way. And then like the crab fights him.
No, he's like, there's some kind of cave demon. And then he gets scolded, and she's like, it's not a cave demon, it's a Kenyan mangrove crab. He's like, it's looking right at me. Yeah, and that it was pretty relatable because when you played that game in that segment, it was like just after something happened, and so you were already a little bit rattled. And then you're walking around, and there's a crab. Killing some kind of cave demon. And then while he's trying to battle it, they're just like, what is happening? Steak!
Yeah.
Yes, but anyway, though, there's your box.
Okay, so I'll probably scale back my character a little and restructure him a bit to fit a little more with the I'm part of the military police kind of image. I'll still be like a scientist, a little kooky, but a little more grounded, more like a normal, scientist.
The way it works in Eisenhorn is they have what they call savants, which are effectively like people who are their job is just to gather information, more or less.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to do with my guy. Yeah, I wanted to be a character that's more like on the like social kind of investigatory side rather than on the all right, I'm gonna kill the dude side.
Well, you will you will be more on the investigatory side if you're gonna focus on knowledge, skills, and stuff. In the Eisenhorn book, the savant is like one of the longest living members of the team, aside from Eisenhorn himself, just because he's a non-combatant.
They have guns. I'll go this way.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll not be involved. The book itself is kind of funny because they have there's so many near-death experiences for Eisenhorn himself that it almost gets to be a comedy. He's like, oh yeah, I lost my hand in this battle, and I lost my eye in that one, and they fried out my neural ability to smile in this battle. It's like every single battle in the book, he gets more permanent injuries. And but other people around him die, so it does start to just be like, why is it that everybody else dies? How come it is that Eisenhorn lives, but all of his people are now just dead? How is it he gets away with this? How does he do that?
Yeah.
But anyway, we're mostly just taking inspiration from that tone, which unfortunately is rapidly becoming clear. I am the only one who has any idea, because even if you look up 40K now, it's so different than when Eisenhorn was written. I don't know for sure, but I think that they got rid of the concept of blanks after a while. They got rid of the idea that people were immune to psychic psionics.
The what?
Used to be that
Blanks?
Some people were just immune to psionics. So you couldn't be mind frazzled in some cases, depending on.
Oh, okay. So some people just didn't have a presence in the warp, and therefore all your warp psychic abilities just couldn't find them.
Yeah, And it was like a really important thing because those people were very hard to find, but they were like key. They were like a really key, valuable thing when it came to fighting, the forces of chaos, because they did so much with the warp and everything. And maybe that's why they removed them, because maybe they were like, I don't know, somebody who's just immune to one of the principal bad guys of the setting seems like a...
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if that's the case, why don't they just collect a whole bunch of them, harvest the genetic material, and then use that to, create a new line of Primarchs?
I think the Primarchs are all supposed to be psychic in some way, so you can't just do that.
No, it's the one weird one that's just not psychic.
Well, all the Primarchs were dead.
Yeah.
Yes, the trade-off, Cypher's in the Twitch chat is correct. The trade-off was that people found blanks to be repulsive to be around because they had like no human signature, and you could sense that kind of naturally. So although they were uniquely powerful against the forces of chaos or whatever, they were also kind of not well treated in society.
Bro, get away.
Yeah. So, but that's fine. That's fine for like they're trying to, oh, for goodness sake, what happened? Okay, but anyway, that's fine for like creating. Where was I going with this now? I got distracted by my work. I can't remember what I was saying.
No, I think I'm distracting you from you.
No. I was working. I was saying something about the blanks. So the blanks being like shunned from society for being blanks was, I feel like, a good thing, because like even though like Eisenhorn talks about it, where he's like, I met her, and Eisenhorn himself was psychic, so he especially hated the blank he was working with, but he had to like swallow that down and be like, even though I find her repugnant, she's valuable to me. And so like a lot of people wouldn't be able to swallow that, and that's good for when like the people involved are very human. But when you just start writing about like Space Marines all the time, I feel like you get a little bit less of the like, oh, human opinion matters, because Space Marines really kind of ignore human opinion.
Yeah.
They're inhuman, and all that matters is battle. And so if you're writing a bunch of Space Marines all the time, then it kind of gets to be like, oh, well, why don't they just use this really convenient weapon, which is like people who can never be corrupted? Yeah.
Wasn't one of the Space Marine powers that they can never be corrupted?
No, you're thinking specific. There's a specific type of Space Marine. Shoot, what are they called? There's special ones. They're now I can't remember what they're called.
Oh, I know there's a story about a bunch of Tau at one point ended up capturing a Space Marine, and then they got like their psychics, or their special people there to like burrow into his mind or whatever, and all they could ever hear was like, I am loyal to the Emperor, I will not tell you anything, I'll kill all the Xenos or whatever, right? It's like just kind of this thing over and over and over again, and at some point he eventually like let down his like mental defenses, it seemed, and so like they went deeper into his mind, and then he like caused them all to have heart attacks as like they delved deeper into his mind. He caused himself to have like a major heart attack, which killed him and all the people that are in his mind. And so that's part of why the tower, like, yeah, those Space Marine types, they are on a do not peace with them.
Do not talk to them. Do not make eye contact. Grey Knights, yes, thank you,
Yeah.
M. The Grey Knights are the special guys. And I don't know if they're still beyond corruption. That was the case. It probably still is. But I'm barely keeping up with 40k lore these days because I didn't really like 40k as a story about Space Marines. I always kind of liked it as a story about the little guy trying to survive in a stupidly over the top, like everything sucks. You don't understand. There's nothing good here, kind of setting.
This is a demon with a gorilla grafted onto its head. This is bullshit.
Why does it have a gorilla grafted on its head? Shut up! It doesn't have to explain. It's a demon with a gorilla grafted onto its head.
Its head. You watched Earthworm Jim, right? Or you know of Earthworm Jim?
I know of Earthworm Jim, yeah.
There's a villain in Earthworm Jim called Professor Monkey for a Head, and his whole deal is that he's a mad scientist professor who grafted a monkey onto his head
to prove that he could. So
yeah,
now the scientific community would take him seriously. They doubted his ability to graft a monkey onto his head.
Exactly. He's also responsible for making the super suit that gives Earthworm Jim all his powers. He was making it for a different supervillain, and then it got lost along the way, and then Earthworm Jim ended up in the suit. And now, like, one of the big things is, like, I'm going to get that suit back. Yeah. He also fights with the monkeys sometimes. So like they're not necessarily on good terms. So I'm imagining like this big huge demon trying to kill us, and then suddenly the gorilla's like, "Oh, I want a banana."
Speaking of Rogue Trader, I've played not exactly Rogue Trader, but the Space Marine. I've played the Death Watch, which is based on the Rogue Trader system, and I don't strongly recommend it. My biggest problem with it was that everything was flat statistical variance. So it was a little bit comical because by default it's just sort of like you roll d10s, and the number that you roll is the number of hit. Like you get a certain number of hits based on how high you roll. And flat statistical distribution does not get on well with qualitative results. Like everything should realistically always be you hit once, but don't. You should never have a flat statistical distribution be like, oh, you hit 12 times if you roll 12 over there, because it's like there's a 10% chance I'll roll any of these numbers 1 through 10, and it turned out that the strongest thing you could do in that system was build a Devastator with a heavy bolter. Just because it had that rule of like you will hit the enemy as many times as you roll over their stuff, and you would just like max out your accuracy so that you are always quite likely to shoot something 10 times, and then the heavy bolter could like blow up a predator tank because like it just through the sheer amount, you just hit it so many times, every single heavy bolter shot would just like obliterate the thing. You'd be like, okay, it's dead. Like, what do you mean I need a dedicated heavy weapon? Nah, it's fine. I got the heavy bolter.
I got the heavy bolter for big problems. I got the light bolter because the heavy bolter bullets are a little expensive.
No, you even got more bullets. It gave you like hundreds of bullets.
Oh.
Like the heavy bolter backpack was
Never
huge.
mind.
Yeah. Like you would deploy with like 20 bullets for the standard bolter, but then the game was just like 300 bullets for the heavy bolter.
Oh yeah, we know you're gonna upgrade to this, so we may as well just put all the ammo in it.
Yeah. I don't think that system it was supposed to be a little bit closer to the ground level. And so I don't think that system was very like really well stress tested for like playing Space Marines, being Space Marines. So as soon as it was like, okay, you're a Space Marine. Yeah, it was hilarious in a way. I mean, like, you would be like, anytime you showed up, it would just be like, we are a Devastator squad. Like, the best thing that you could do was be a 5-man party of Devastators. And, like, anytime anyone in the Imperium had a problem, you'd be like, deploy the Devastator. You're like, oh, thank goodness you're here. There's a horde of orcs coming right this way. Don't worry, we have 5 heavy bolters. Brrr. All the orcs are dead. You're safe, citizen. Like, oh no, they've deployed an Imperial Titan, a Chaos Titan. You have to stop. Don't worry, we have 5 heavy bolters. It's gone now. You're safe. We've shot it 1,000,000 times with 1,000,000 bullets. It can't hurt you now.
I'm at work now. I just got to the parking lot. I gotta go.
Okay, all right, I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, is that you? I bet that you're making you got a lot of feedback going on.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Oh no. I watched you talk about the Horus Heresy for 3 hours. Yeah, Warhammer 40k lore is something that's really funny. It's been going on for so long, and it's always changing. So a lot of people like feel very knowledgeable about it, and they could tell you a lot of things about Warhammer 40k, and then a new edition comes out, and it's just sort of like, oh, the Primarchs are awake now, and that's like just like you know, people get so wrapped up in it, and then it's just like, oh yeah, no, the Primarchs are awake now. That's what we're doing now. Primarchs are awake. It's like that. What? No. You're like, yeah. That's what we're doing now. Awake Primarchs. Oh, they all had the wide-brimmed, yes, Inquisitor hats. Yeah, they wear the they're like inspired by witch hats, the witch hunter hats and stuff like that. Those old pilgrim hats. Like, I don't know, it's fun, but it's not a fun that you can hang on to very easily, just because one of the big problems is that it's a fun owned by a company, and the company is always kind of looking to earn a little bit more money on it, and so you have fun and you're like, I got it, it's fun, and then they like have they go a different direction. Very Renaissance, yeah. Perils of the Warp are fun. It is kind of great to just be like, aha! I'll use my arcane magics to defeat you, and then you explode into a demon, and the problem is worse than when it started.
So you starting up like a rogue trader game or something? Is that what you're talking about?
It's not a rogue. Well, not exactly. It's basically a cyberpunk game, but inspired by Rogue Trader. So I want horrors beyond your comprehension, but not like psychic horrors. Just regular horrors. Good old fashioned everyday. Terrors that we wish we could do without.
Neat.
Yeah. Only problem is it turns out that I'm the only one who really knows anything about the Warhammer 40k lore. So when I was like, we should do this, like everyone kind of took away a different interpretation. So now I don't actually know if I have no idea how it's going to work. That we might have to scuttle this concept idea because it doesn't sound like anyone knows what I was trying to pitch.
Oh, that's a shame. I mean, I knew a bit through like cultural osmosis, but like,
it happens
cybernetic
sometimes.
horror?
Yeah, so like basically it's a cyberpunk game. More like everybody is it's the future. The future is terrible. Corporations own your mom. You can't do anything about it. That type of thing. But I was thinking like, okay, so like, and I said like 40k Inquisitor type of thing. I want you guys to be people with resources and powers that ordinary people don't have.
Yeah, so like the thing would be like on the Hive World or like a Necromunda type deal. Not exactly.
Yeah. So here's the catch: is so imagine that society has more or less been ruined by large language models. The way I pitched this was I said, okay, so imagine that AI was employed in the way that people have been saying it's going to be employed, right? Only instead of like, it's just as good as it is right now, basically. So they like fire everybody, and then they bring in a bunch of large language models to do everybody's jobs. The large language models suck, and then people get hired back on a temporary basis to fix the problems that the large language models use. And this has become such a common practice that effectively society falls apart. The internet is no longer functioning because it's nothing but spam bots. Like if you go online, you just get nothing but spam, and you cannot talk to people. So everything has become like local and regional. And because spam bots are so deceptive, it's like if you get like a long distance message, it's hard to tell who it came from. So you pretty much have to use physical snail mail again. But people are using cybernetics and things like that. Governments have more or less, like, no one really knows who's in charge in terms of governments anymore. It's all about branding. So you kind of know like what company brand you live under, but you don't really know what country you're in anymore. And the gist of it was that the players are fixers for the companies. So if somebody from another company comes in and makes trouble, tries to sell product on their turf, or somebody pirates software that they're not supposed to have, then the party goes out and they deal with it.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, and that's the pitch for the game.
This would be in the hero system, I take it, typically?
Yes.
As you normally...
Yeah. Looks like I maybe.
When are you running this?
Sundays. We would have started something like an introductory game, temporarily back.
What time on Sundays?
At 1 p.m. is usually when we play Central, but the game's pretty packed, so I don't. Yeah, I think we've already got like 6 players.
Sunday could be a bit busy for me anyway sometimes. So.
Was it 3? 88. Stop doing that. By 384. Oh, I see what I've done. No, what? One, 2, 3. Okay. Got them mixed up. Five door. Okay, and then that's almost correct. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8. This should be 8 door. Okay, and then we'll do like door. This is 10. No, this should be 11. No, 10 door. 9, 10, 11. This is going to be 11 door. Nine door. Seven, 8, 9 door. 10 door. All right, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I often use Sony Vegas for a lot of my stuff. Hit Film Express. Is that one free? Fix. All right, let's see how it looks. Hit Film Express is free. I could look into it. I am still using a copy of Sony Vegas. It's like Sony Vegas 11, which is from like 2000 something. It's pretty old. There we go, building the town, one little building at a time. Keep using the software you've got until you can't anymore. I mean, that's the way to go. Okay, so we know that Zeke's is there. So now that we know that Zeke's is there, let's go ahead and add in some more grass patches. Kind of fill it out a little bit so it looks like a little bit less desolate. And then I don't know, we need another house, but it's getting about time to quit. How many buildings am I planning for this map? I was thinking like one, maybe like 2, 3 more, and then like roofs down here. And this will probably just be empty. And then over here to the right will be the gate in front of Mr. Tikrin's house. And so you'll just see the gate. There won't be anything else to see. And then down south will be like a little park area. And you can go like along a little, there's like a little creek that you can go along. And I was going to have like, there's a little sewer under there, which we might use later to get into like Mr. Tikrin's house at some point. Like you'll have an escape tunnel under there, so I might do something with it. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. And I was also thinking maybe just having a grenade put somewhere, so like that would reward the player for exploring around. So like they're looking around, they're talking to NPCs, and then they find a grenade somewhere, and they can be glad that they looked. Yeah, but the art assets are coming together and everything. It's like in a gutter. Gutter grenade. I was thinking of it being a little, like a flashbang, but doesn't last for very long. I call it a spark pop grenade or something like that. Ping pong. It'll be cheap, one use, single use. I have not gray boxed the layout or anything. I suppose it probably would be a good idea going forward, just because RPG Maker is not really nice. There's no way to, like, as far as I can tell, drag select everything. So what you put down is kind of like there, and if you're like, oh, whoops, I want more map dimensions, then too bad. Because I don't believe you can. I think you're just stuck. So you have to rebuild the map. Just another good reason to keep maps small, I suppose. I do need, let me see, like a great big light. Or maybe not a light. I was also thinking about having little, little guys with like, they'd be like smaller lamp posts, and their eyes would follow you. Like their eyes would be in the lamp post, and they watch you as you go by. Yeah. But anyway, that'll be for later. I gotta go. I gotta get some dinner put together and everything, and get ready for some later day stuff, some afternoon stuff. Yeah, so anyway though, yep, see you guys later. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you a little later.